Sabres win again. That is back-to-back wins off the Four Nations break. They were down 2-0 to the Ducks going into the third period last night. They score 3 unanswered, all within the first 10 minutes of the period. J.J. Peterka, Alex Tuck, and Henry Jokiharju give the Sabres the win. 6 of their last 7 have been wins. That is also 6 straight home wins for the Sabres for the first time since the 10-game win streak in 2018. They are next in action tomorrow night. They will be in Carolina before a home-and-home with Montreal on the weekend and into next Monday. To football. Former Bills offensive lineman and soon-to-be Hall of Famer Jason Peters finally retires from the NFL at 43 years old. He was still bouncing around the league, had been in Seattle and Dallas recently after leaving Philadelphia a couple of seasons ago. Report from Vinny Bonsignor of the Las Vegas Review-Journal says that the Las Vegas Raiders are interested in Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford. They are one of the teams, and that Tom Brady has been in contact with Stafford's camp, as Brady seems to be the one running things over there. New York Daily News' Pat Leonard, if Stafford's to be traded, reports that Aaron Rodgers does prefer to play for the Rams and that he would want to bring Davante Adams with him. Adams, though, is still technically on the roster for the New York Jets. Last night, Luka Doncic playing against the Mavericks for the first time since that massive trade a couple of weeks ago. He goes for a triple-double and a Laker win. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
So, hey, good morning. Happy Wednesday. There's an audible on what we were going to start the show with today. You didn't know what I was ready to roll out until 2 things happened yesterday. I was going to roll out an instant trivia that was the 6 Bills players whose cap hits are higher than the entire wide receiver room. That's what it was going to be until Shakir got his deal.
Right.
So that's not the case anymore. But that was a fun one.
Yeah.
Shakir gets an extension. And the Sabres, of course, they're streaking. Here we go. Operation 10 straight, very much alive.
We're 2 through 10.
It's 2.
2.
It is funny to point out that they had to win 5 out of 6 before this little streak in order to even get to this spot. But
yes, they did.
Here are your updated Operation 10 straight projections through 64 games.
Okay.
So that's if the Sabres win 8 more in a row, where would they be in the standings? This is how to get back in the playoff race. This is the best, easiest, shortest way. Just win all your games. They would have, if they won 8 more in a row, Joe, they would have 69 points and be in 10th. It'd still be in 10th.
Okay.
But Ottawa 70, Columbus 70, Detroit 72. And that would be with 18 games to play.
Okay.
So, not too bad.
Go get it. Let's go get it.
Yes.
They also are closing in on Pittsburgh. They are 2 points back of the Penguins, and they have a lot of games in hand on Pittsburgh.
They do. They have a lot of games in hand on a lot of teams. I said to Josh before the show, if they were to win their next 3, they might jump 4 teams.
Okay.
Because
they would jump Pittsburgh. They would
Islanders,
jump Philly, right?
Yep. They're 3 back of the whatever. I mean, the standings are kind of silly, but they would get above the schmozzle that is Montreal, Philly, Islanders, Penguins with a couple of wins.
Just pass anybody at this point because the last time they were not in last place in the Eastern Conference.
Is it Christmas?
Was 72 days ago, December 16th.
Okay, before Christmas.
Before Christmas, yeah. 9 days before Christmas. 72 days since they've been out of last place in the conference.
Yep.
And they are they're going to get out of last place.
They're going to.
They're going to get out of last place.
They're not going to finish in last, right?
No. I think the Penguins are a worse team than they are. I think Philly's a worse team than they are.
Goal differential, we talked about with Paul 2 days ago, maybe.
Yeah.
The Sabres on the season are a -7. They are a couple points behind Pittsburgh, who is a -49.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to happen. Anyway,
Yeah.
we're going to do our best to have some fun with this 10 straight race. I almost called it a playoff race. Whatever.
It wasn't looking good last night.
No, it was not.
I mean, I thought about it. I thought about betting them when they were down 2-0, and I didn't do it. But I thought they were playing fine, but there were no good vibes really going into that third period. Like everything was kind of sloppy, and another one. Special teams really was the thing that was killing them, right?
The 5-on-5 numbers, the Sabres dominated that game unlike almost any other this season.
Right. That's, I guess, what made it frustrating is it felt like they're playing well, and they're down 2-0. Kind of two softer penalties at the beginning of the game for a 5-on-3 that gets the Ducks a goal.
Yep.
But both the Anaheim goals I think were on special teams, were they not? Yeah, both were power play goals.
Yep.
So 5-on-5 they won 3-0. But that's kind of been a theme all year. They've been a good 5-on-5 team. They're like top 10 in the league in 5-on-5 this season. It's been more power play and special teams, but yeah.
Well, good morning, everyone. Jeremy and Joe. Sal at 8 from the Combine. Paul at 7. And at 9, we have Craig Hoffman, who covers the Washington Commanders, to talk a little bit about two things in Washington. One, Jonathan Allen, Pro Bowl defensive lineman, who may be a cap casualty, may be available for a trade. It would be a very cheap trade because you're taking on cap.
Yep.
And also their pursuit of Myles Garrett. So that's 9 o'clock. Craig Hoffman on the Commanders. How serious are they, as a contender for Myles Garrett? So that's the schedule of guests on the morning. And in the meantime, we can talk to you about anything. The Khalil Shakir contract extension, of course, is probably the biggest news of the day outside of the Sabres' inevitable run to 10 consecutive wins. I'm dreaming big. What else you got to do,
That's all we can do at this point. I'm putting it more in the frame of before the trade deadline. Give me there's 5 games left now before the trade deadline. Give me those 5 wins. Give me there, and I'm not saying they will be, buyers at the deadline if they are to do that, but maybe that kind of swings the pendulum a little bit on selling, a little bit, one way or the other.
I don't think so.
Maybe. I saw, it might have just been speculation, was it Dave Pagnotta, fourth period, who was talking about the Sabres getting a first for Jason Zucker?
Ugh.
Like, there's been deadline trades in recent years where teams are like, they're trading, because teams like Tampa now have recognized late first-round picks aren't really that valuable, so they've started trading late first-round picks for guys at the deadline.
Yep.
And I saw them, I've not seen that anywhere else. I don't know how realistic that is, but I thought, okay, if he isn't signing and that call comes in, is that going to sway them to just say yes?
It's a great question. I was about to say, if he's not signing, that's different, but they traded a second-round pick for Beck Malenstein because they need to trade assets to get players, to get the rights to players.
And that was an early second? Isn't that the difference of 10 picks?
If he's worth a second, I think that Zucker's worth a first to them.
Right.
And just do the math. So thanks, but no thanks. If you can get the deal done, we don't want the first. The one thing about the Sabre season looking forward from here, so Dahlin and Byram together, that is looking to be really dynamic and really amazing. Is Byram going to sign long-term? I don't know.
Right.
But you've got, what you really have with the Sabres is, I'm starting to line up the dominoes for a Dylan Cousins trade. I don't know that it'll happen at the deadline, but it's got to happen, and here's why. I guess it doesn't have to be him.
He had 3 assists last night, by the way.
He did.
Yeah.
It's got to be somebody, because right now what the Sabres have is a team that obviously underachieved all year, and we're going to have a little fun hoping they can win 10 in a row. But you have so many pieces locked in that the idea of signing Byram, Zucker, and Greenway, sign them all.
And McLeod. He's an
McLeod.
RFA. Yeah.
I, again, have a full team with no one to sign, no space to have anybody on my roster. So with that in mind, I feel like somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to get traded, whether that's Power,
Samuelson,
somebody.
Yeah.
You just can't have a completely locked-in team that finishes in 15th place and have everybody under contract with not a lot of players where you'd say, well, it's okay because these guys are going to grow. I know they're still young. So if they bring back these three guys that they probably want to bring back, Byram, Zucker, and Greenway, then somebody under contract has got to go. And I believe that they will. At the deadline, probably not. Who's making the Cousins trade at the deadline? Are you giving Detroit that player to help them get better? I mean, that's...
Well, isn't the point of a Cousins trade to make a hockey trade? To get a player back of equal value or close to it? Or isn't it also to use him and something else to go get an even better player? Like, that's where he is kind of tough to see being moved at the deadline. Is not impossible. Not impossible. You did get one last year, right? Middlestat for Byram.
Yep.
But also, like, that's a positional swap. Like, that is a very unique circumstance where Colorado needs a center. Like, it's more about the position than it is about the player. It's, okay, we need a center, and we've got two really good defensemen already with Byram. So, all right, we're deep at D, and we're thin at center. All right, you want to make a center for defenseman swap? All right, cool. I felt like it was more about the position for the other team that you were dealing with. What is that trade now? You want to find that team again? You want to find a team that is thin at center and is going to need...
No, because you're...
And they're going to have a plethora of defensemen?
The problem is you're thin at center.
Right, you're thin at center, and you kind of have the defensemen already.
Yeah.
So, what? Do you want to go center for wing? Like, what? How are you getting someone else to make a hockey trade that looks similar to what you made with Colorado?
And how are you doing it without the knowledge of who you're going to be able to sign? Zucker, Greenway...
McLeod.
Byram.
Well, McLeod, they'll sign it.
Can you sign Byram? If you can't, then you got to plan accordingly. And he has to get traded.
Man, that shift before Peterka scored the first one, no, when Tuck scored the second one, there was like a 2-minute shift where the Sabres had the puck the whole time. I couldn't believe they couldn't score, and it was just Dahlin and Byram just working the whole zone. Like, those two were just like a tornado all around the ice, like looping around the Ducks. I tweeted this out last night. I don't think I've ever seen, right? I don't think the bar is super high for this necessarily. I don't think I've ever seen a defense pair that's as fun to watch as those two, as dynamic offensively as those two.
Yep.
Right? Because two guys that are that good offensively is not something they've had much of in their entire careers. I thought of Campbell and Spacek maybe played together for like a season, but that might be the closest you got.
Other great pairings that were fun to watch.
Someone mentioned Myers and Tallinder in Myers' rookie year.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Tyler Myers' rookie year was...
Yeah, and Tallinder was amazing that year, too, I think.
Yeah, yeah. How about Cody Franzen? And,
okay,
no, sorry,
enough. Absolutely enough.
803-0550 is our number. Lots to get to on Khalil Shakir, NFL stuff, Brandon Bean from the Combine, talking about their need for speed and many, many other things. And the big five we've been talking about, Shakir, Bernard, Benford, Rousseau, and who am I forgetting? Cook. First domino falls. It's Shakir. We can talk about his contract, what it means, next dominoes. So we've got lots to get to. Busy Wednesday for you here. Give us a ring, 803-0550. And on the Sabres, we are going to squeeze content out of these Sabres in this final stretch. You better believe it. And you're coming with us.
Well, they're going to have to win. Keep winning.
You're coming with us. Paul in Buffalo. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Jeremy, first of all, don't sell yourself short. We are not squeezing content. What did you say at the beginning of the year? This team has streaks in them.
That's right. That's right.
And my first call of the year about the Sabres was after Dahlin took a non-contact injury in training camp. And I said, we're going to rue the day this injury happened. And whomever sent him to Europe might have screwed our entire season. But, glass half full right now, because we are in the midst of an historic comeback. What we are seeing right now is what we saw 2 seasons ago, a 100 100% healthy Rasmus Dahlin and a 100% healthy Tage Thompson, and they absolutely dominate games. Tage is doing his Mario Lemieux impersonation again. He is toe-dragging people in ways you don't think a big man can. Dahlin is shooting and hitting now, along with doing his amazing rushes that he's always done, along with controlling the game. He's ringing pipes now. He could have had a couple last night. Byram is looking good, and this is my pitch to Bowen Byram. You may never get the notoriety as the best defenseman on this team, but look at the minutes you play. Those are number one defenseman minutes. Whether or not you're quarterbacking a power play, you're playing 24 minutes a night. You're going to get paid if you want to stay here. And being on a top pair with Rasmus Dahlin is nothing to feel slighted about in any way. You've surpassed Owen Power on this team, and he was a number one overall pick. So if it's your ego you're worried about, son, don't worry about it, because you're going to get all the notoriety you need. You keep playing the way you are with Dahlin. There's no reason we can't make this run. We got to get 8 more in a row. We will be at NHL 500 then, and that arena will be packed every night. Guys, we got to talk it into belief.
That's
Power
right.
of positive thinking.
Thanks, Paul.
Have a great show.
You know,
Also, thank you for putting it as NHL 500, because
That's right.
It's not like real 500.
Two things.
Yeah.
No love for the new sniper on the blue line, Henry Jokiharju. Come on. I mean, the guy
That's his
is-
spot. He's like the corner 3. Jokiharju is the king of the corner 3, apparently. I was listening with the sound down at that moment, so I tweeted out after, like, hey, that's where he scored in the Four Nations, not knowing Dan Dunleavy literally called it right before the goal.
Yep.
Like, oh, he scored from there in the Four Nations. Bang, goal again. Corner 3s.
Henry
We found his spot.
Jokiharju
Just sit him over there the whole time.
in his office. There he is.
His office.
Joker in his office there for the goal.
Has anyone's office in hockey ever not been the front of the net?
Jochen Hesch behind the net.
Okay. Good answer.
And
I was about to say, like, I don't think anyone ever has had one.
Ovechkin's is the circle.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Is Tage's the circle too? Who else has an office?
I mean, on the power
Alexei
play, I would
Zhitnik
say
is
that.
2 steps inside the blue line and missing the net.
Someone said Zhitnik and Kalinin was the most fun to watch.
All right.
Sabre
All
pair
right.
ever.
We're feeling ourselves today.
Byram, by the way, like maybe that sales pitch works. He also, where is he now? I think after did he have another assist last night? I thought I saw even strength points. He's even higher than he was before. He is somewhere. He was in the top 10. But anyways, I don't know that sales pitch holds any water if he just wants to win, you know? Like, the guy's won the cup. Does he know what it takes? Does he not care as much about, oh, yeah, I am playing. He's playing 23 minutes a night. That is 3 more minutes even, than he ever played in Colorado. It's like 2 more minutes than he ever played in Colorado per night. Is that all that matters to him? Like, I'm just going to get to ride and play with Rasmus Dahlin for the length of this contract? Or do I want to go to a team like out west that's, great?
Sure, right. It's tough. He's an RFA, and they've been through this before, and it's kind of like having a player with a no-trade clause. This player has the power to say,
a little bit,
no thanks.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do to make him stay?
And he does have, we went through this like a week ago, he's got some numbers when he's not playing with Dahlin that are pretty scary. But I also want to value what he is when he's playing with Dahlin. Like, he moves around the ice. He gets scoring opportunities himself. He jumps up in the play. So if he's going to play with Dahlin, I see a lot of value in him.
Yeah,
but I also wouldn't want to overrate it and say he's worth $9 million because he's, 9th in the league in even strength points.
Well, perfect partners matter. And getting a player that's perfect for your best. This is a little bit about, if I can make an odd comparison, but I'll go for it. Why did Derrick Henry have his best season with Lamar? Because they bring out the best in each other, and they're individually good on their own merit, but pairing them together. If I had a defenseman that was otherwise bad, but was the perfect partner for Rasmus Dahlin, let's just play the game.
Yeah.
And anywhere else he's terrible, but with Dahlin, they're both incredible.
Mm-hmm.
That is worth paying for. Mm-hmm. Because my investment is, what is my net gain out of all of it? If all of a sudden I have the best defensive pairing in hockey, and if I break them up, I don't have any of them, well, whatever. I've got something. So I don't know what they'll do about Byram. I don't know how they'll commit to paying him. The salary cap, of course, is going way up. and they've got money committed. It really comes down to, for me, this was the Pettersson idea. Like, you want Pettersson, you better find out some contracts they're going to send out. Because if you want $11 million coming in, bye to Samuelson and Cousins, because that's a push on the money.
Yeah, that's why the Byram and Cousins for Pettersson idea sounded like it just made sense.
Right.
Sending 2 contracts out.
8030550. Is it going to happen? Well, I guess we'll find out. Up next is Carolina. Okay. That's a little bit of a...
That's the one.
That's a little landmine, and you're winning 10 straight. They just won last night. They shut out Montreal. It was 4-0 last I saw. And then you're into Montreal and San Jose, and teams you can beat again. So,
No, they lost to Montreal.
They did?
4-0, yeah.
Oh, my NHL app was backwards, I guess. They're going to be mad. Oh, all right. Wait, are they a mad...
Yeah, they lost 4-0.
Are they a mad Carolina team, or are they a wounded Carolina
I don't know that
team?
helps me. They lost to Toronto before that, too.
They lost 5 of their last 6.
Oh, they're ripe for the picking.
I don't know. They're still a pretty good team. I'd be a little worried about that. They've got their own drama. They just traded for Mikko Rantanen, and he's already I'm just not signing there.
Yeah, that's an odd scenario. I keep seeing the Rantanen problem. Wait a minute, he just got there.
I guess he just is telling everyone you traded for me. I don't care. I'm still hitting free agency.
Yeah,
I was gonna hit free agency. I told Colorado I was gonna hit free agency. You traded for me. I'm gonna tell you the same thing. I'm hitting free agency. I think that's all that really is happening with him. But they have been losing.
8030550. 1-888-550-2550. On the Sabres, if you want it. Also on the Bills, we've got news on the Bills because Khalil Shakir gets a contract extension, a 4-year extension to stay on as the Bills' primary target. Who knows if he'll be the primary target for all 4 years, but he was last year for them. Good player, I want to say universally appreciated, right?
Yes.
Everybody likes Shakir.
Yes. He's consistent. He doesn't really make mistakes. He does a little bit of everything, but he's definitely their best guy when it comes to screens and the short passing game. Yeah, he's a really good slot receiver that there's really not much. I don't know where the debate in his game would even really come. No one, is anyone out there still thinking he could turn into a great outside receiver?
Absolutely not.
That was proposed as a thought a couple of years ago, and I think we're long past that to know what he is at this point. And there's no debate really about the money, is there?
No.
He's the 23rd highest paid receiver in football, but what is he going to be by the end of the offseason?
I know. In 2 years, he'll be 39th. He'll be 50th.
Right. And actually, if you look at the contracts around him, there aren't a lot of 4-year deal guys that are below him. There are a few, Gabe Davis is one of them.
Yep.
But you count league inflation, he basically kind of got the Gabe Davis contract.
That's exactly what I thought, is he got the Gabe Davis deal. And
I think he's a better receiver than Gabe Davis is.
He's a different receiver.
Yes.
You know what I was thinking about with receivers, as someone who, again, comes in here and blows the horn for the wide receiver train every day, we should almost treat them like linebackers. There are receivers and then there are receivers. Khalil Shakir does not have the same job as Jamar Chase. He's not the same guy. In the way that Micah Parsons doesn't have the same job as Matt Milano, right? You just don't have pass rushing edge linebackers that harass the quarterback versus linebackers that drop into coverage like Terrell Bernard. It's a different job. And Shakir getting 4 years, about 15 the average, that's a slot receiver. When T. Higgins signs in a month for 29, that's different. He plays a different position, even though they're all listed as receivers. I was also looking up Shakir's, his catches, and this kind of, if I could make a point here to compare it to Dahlin and Byram for a half second, what you have with Shakir is a player that, in the right scenario, flourishes. His average depth of target.
Oh, there was a time during the year where it was miles below any other receiver.
Yes, he is way near the bottom where they throw him the ball. His yards before reception, yards after catch. How about yards before catch? He catches the ball like running backs do, often. Running backs and tight ends. He is a short yardage, short area guy that they like his yards after catch skills, but they also build that into his game. He gets the opportunity to run that little orbit motion, catch the ball on the run against flat-footed players. He is, Shakir owes a lot to Josh Allen, but he might owe more to Joe Brady because Shakir really didn't pop as a full-time thing until Joe Brady got the job. And then it became, look at how they're using this player. Mm-hmm. Look at how consistent he is. So Brady gets Shakir to show us what he can do, and I don't know that I ever need him to be more than he has been.
Yeah. Like, how much do you think he'll ever have a season with much more than he had this past year?
I would
76 for 821 and 4. Like, how much higher would we ever expect him to go?
I think he could get to 1,100 yards in a pass-heavy offense.
That's a pretty big jump.
It is a big jump, but targets could go up. Everybody eats could be pushed to the side because, now we got a $15 million receiver out there. And we got a first-round tight end out there. And I think
he would need to continue to not really have a lot of competition, though, wouldn't he?
And I think let's get stupid because of the Shakir contract. Let's trade Dalton Kincaid. Why are we competing over the middle of the field for these targets? They drafted Kincaid and then found out Shakir is fine over the middle. In fact, he's really good over the middle and should be our over-the-middle guy.
All right.
Why do I need Kincaid? Really, why do I need him? Who wants to trade for a Bills young player? You want to trade for Dalton Kincaid?
Oh.
I don't think they will, but
it would be a buy low for another team.
A lot of our conversations about them is, 12 personnel, who comes off the field? Shakir? I don't want to do that.
Right.
Interesting. Good stuff, though. 803-0550. On the Sabres, on Shakir, on Combine Buzz. Brandon Bean spoke yesterday about the Shakir news. And we can talk about where he fits in and all that.
There was a T. Higgins tweet as well.
Oh, I saw. It wasn't cryptic.
Not cryptic. This is not a cryptic emoji.
He used young people vocabulary to call someone a liar.
Yes.
All right.
Capping.
I knew it.
You got it.
So proud of myself.
He knew what the ball cap was.
You see someone tweet a hat, that means they're saying that person is lying.
Did you have to look it up?
No, I have known that for a little while. Right. Yeah. Because I learned it because no cap means I'm telling the truth.
Right.
Yes. So there you go.
That's right.
See, look at this. You guys think I'm old. I'm not old. I'm showing off my chops here. You can give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. When it comes to FanDuel and things you can do this college basketball season, jump in before March gets here. We're very close to March. February's a short month. And with March, we've got lots of college basketball on the way. That's conference clashes and regional finals and everything all the way towards the national championship. So you can bet 5 and get $150 in bonus bets with FanDuel. That's right. Bet 5 and win that bet, and you get $150 to bet on all those regional finals and Cinderella stories and all that good stuff. You can combine live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. And however you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/white to join today. That's FanDuel.com/white. For your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Khalil Shakir is the first of the contract extensions for the Bills this offseason. He signs yesterday 4 years, $60 million, worth up to $60 million. $15 million per year makes him the 23rd highest paid wide receiver in football if you go off per year annual value ranking. Shakir stays through 2029. Sticking with football, Chiefs general manager Brett Veach says he looks forward to getting Travis Kelce back, implied that Kelce will play in 2025. He also says the team's looking to get Marquise Brown back on a new contract. More Matthew Stafford reporting yesterday. Vinny Bonsignor in Vegas reports that the Raiders have contacted Stafford. Tom Brady specifically has, and that they are very interested in bringing Stafford to Las Vegas. Report from Jerry Dulac in Pittsburgh says the Steelers are not one of the teams that has contacted Matthew Stafford at this stage in the game. To hockey, the Sabres with another win last night. Back-to-back wins out of the break. 6 straight home wins over the Ducks. They were down 2-0 going into the third period. Scored 3 unanswered to win the game 3-2 in regulation. Next up tomorrow against the Carolina Hurricanes. Back to football for a moment. Jason Peters retires from the NFL at age 43. He came into the league with the Bills in 2004 as a undrafted tight end. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Dylan Cousins wins it off the wall, plays it back. Tuck takes it away from Cousins. Tuck! Oh, did he score? Yes, he did! Now you see it, now you don't, because the puck is behind you, and the game is tied at 2.
Dan Dunleavy on the call, one of the first moments of the game. For all the moments in life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. The end of that game, the final 40 seconds, minute.
Stressful.
You know,
they're all around that net.
This is where we have a family talk and say, are any of us prepared to admit how invested we were in the final 40 seconds of a Tuesday night Sabres-Ducks game between the, I'm sorry, let me check the standings where the Ducks are.
Oh, they're a little higher.
Yeah?
They were 6 out of their playoff spot, I know, going into last night.
These are the 26th and 29th ranked teams in the NHL on a Tuesday night.
Hey, and they said there'd be momentum from the 4 nations in the NHL.
Actually, the NHL ratings have seen a bit of a boost across the league. A little bit of a boost from the 4 nations. I saw a story on that. Wasn't it like a real, like an all-time low? Maybe.
It had gone down before that.
Josh was at the game. Said the atmosphere was electric.
Did you see Rob?
I did, yeah. It was funny looking up there because like everyone...
Because the light, on Twitter and everyone's was there, right? It wasn't hard to see where he was.
Oh, yeah.
No, but nobody knew he was there until people started talking about it on Twitter, and I look up and there he is, just hanging out. But yeah, the energy was amazing. Like for a Tuesday night was just an awesome atmosphere, and everyone was getting into it. It was just a great time. Also, the food was fantastic.
Yeah, all the special food items.
Special food items and everything. The jerk chicken I got to try, it was great.
Nice.
Everything was really good.
Nice.
Yeah, Rob had the chicken tender thing with like the different colored dipping sauces. Like there was a blue, red, and yellow dipping sauce that looked really good. Rob had a great time. Just got to eat the whole game. That sounds amazing.
I heard there was a hot mic with him eating a hot dog.
Sure.
At one point.
Great.
Like he was just hanging out eating a hot dog during a goal call.
Let's just make them like Food Network.
I was just gonna say, for the
Sabre Food Network,
just for the vibes, should he just be up in the stands eating a dog the rest of the season?
Yeah.
Just for the vibes.
It's like an alternate broadcast, like the Manning cast, but maybe we'll make it the main one here. Is just Rob's food corner during Sabre games. So it's one cam on. He's taste testing different things, the arena, new hot dogs of the day.
I'll ask what everyone's
games on over on the side.
I'll ask what everyone's thinking right now. Would you eat a Cobb salad in the 300 level?
Sure, of course.
During a game,
eat a Cobb salad anywhere.
Anywhere.
How about Smarties?
They're great.
Do you think we can get the Sabres to have a Cobb salad station somewhere in the arena?
How about a Cobb salad? We haven't done a Cobb salad dog yet, have we?
No?
That would be too much stuff to put on that, though.
Maybe. What's it? Got ham and egg?
Ham?
What's on a Cobb salad? Turkey? Ham? Chicken? I don't even know. There's an egg on it,
When's the
right?
last time you've had a Cobb? Oh, is that why you've
if
never
there's
had
an
a Cobb
egg on it,
salad?
I'm not going to touch it.
That makes sense.
There's a hard-boiled
Yeah.
egg cut in half on that thing?
Fried egg.
Yeah,
If you're doing it right, you go fried egg.
what-
Chicken, bacon, avocado, tomato,
You could-
carrot sticks if you want. You throw some other stuff. But I think a good Cobb salad to me is you're going chicken, you're going bacon, you're going avocado, and you're going a fried egg.
Okay.
You could put that on a hot
You
dog.
could hide $10,000 underneath that egg, and if that thing was in a cooler, I would not see the money. I'd be like, oh, there's the egg. See you later. Not touching that.
I think crumbly blue. What's the the cheese you can do different things with.
803-0550 on the Sabres if you want. On Shakir. So I think there's plenty to say about it. I have a very controversial take. I don't think it's a steal. I think it's a fine contract. I don't think it's a steal. I think if you think he was going to command 20, you might overestimate that the Bills would have walked away from that. 15 is an average for Shakir is fine. It's fine. How good is he? Is he the 23rd best receiver in football? Probably not. I don't really care. It's the passage of time.
He was the 21st graded PFF receiver last year.
Very good. That's great. Good for him. Do teams worry about him? Game plan for him? Does he alter the way teams play? Maybe a little bit. Maybe sometimes. That was the fourth down play in Kansas City called for Shakir, but the blitz blew it up, so Allen had to make a Herculean effort to get it to Kincaid. That's that orbit motion play that they've run on fourth downs before. Is Shakir their go-to guy on 4th and 5 in the AFC Championship game? He might be. I've got really not much bad to say about Shakir at all. But I don't think it's a steal. I think it's, when he's on a rookie contract, that's a steal. And now he's paid like a receiver that's expected to produce, but not that much. $15 million, if you put up 1,100 yards, we're going to say, great season from you. What did he put up this year? 900?
821,
and
I think was
4
the number.
touchdowns?
Yep.
Okay.
On 100 targets.
100 targets. 100 targets is not a lot. There's a point to be made here about James Cook. He's not on the field that much. So should I pay him like Saquon Barkley if he's not going to be on the field as often as these guys? All the running backs and their snap counts, Cook is not near the top. So do I get a discount because he doesn't play as much? He might not think so. And Shakir, 100 targets, that's not a lot. That's not a lot at all. That's what Xavier Worthy got as a rookie that people describe as a gadget player. Got 99 targets, or I think maybe 98. So I think they got Shakir for a solid number. And, you want to adjust it down a little bit for inflation. The cap goes up about $50 million every year. It's just the kind of contract that I'm not going to worry about. He's probably a better $15 million than Dawson Knox is.
Oh, my gosh.
He's
100%.
He's a much bigger part of the offense than Dawson Knox.
He's a more dangerous player. He's a more effective player. He's a more regular part of the passing game, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. You really put him in line because of the cap going up. You put him in line with the free agent class from this is last year the last 2 years, where who are the veteran receivers on their second contract immediately below Khalil Shakir per year. He's going per year. Throw Tyler Lockett out for a moment because I think he's going to get cut, right? Maybe that's part of this anyway. Right below that, Gabe Davis, Darnell Mooney, Alan Lazard, Jacoby Myers. Those 4 guys were all changed your team, right? Free agent contract. And when they signed, it was, nice deal. Mooney got $13 million per year. Jacoby Myers, $11 million per year. Those seemed like pretty good size free agent contracts at the time. And if you, again, for inflation for the cap, you kind of move Shakir down to percentage of cap that you just signed for versus those guys for when they signed, then I think that puts him right in the right tier, doesn't it? He's in that Darnell Mooney, Jacoby Myers tier of we're hoping to get a good number 2. We're hoping to get a good number 2. He right now is the Bills' number 1, but I don't think even they would kid themselves to think he's as good as the number one guys that are on this list. He's as good as the free agent number 2 receivers of the past couple of years.
Yeah, he represents the caliber of receiver. They probably should have been adding in free agency a bunch. Maybe the caliber they tried, maybe a little lower. I mean, Curtis Samuel's not that. But Mooney is a great example. Like Darnell Mooney's a good player.
He's a very good player.
He's a very good player that at $13 million is a good price.
And he does kind of play
outside.
It's tough to almost compare because he kind of plays a different position.
Yeah.
He runs different routes.
Yep.
He's running at different levels of the field. And he's very good. I mean, he's had a great year in Atlanta. But maybe Myers is a closer comp to Shakir. Like, would you say he's about as good as Jacoby Myers? In the same category?
Yeah.
Same tier? So for me, yeah, fine. I think the thing that they would have spent more. And you start now getting into, all right, Mike Evans and T. Higgins on his deal and, Calvin Ridley even. Like, again, there's just not many slot receivers that are above him. Who is it? Like, you're kind of CeeDee Lamb is that, because CeeDee Lamb plays a lot in the slot.
Yeah, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, of course.
Yeah, but even I think he just had a year where he played like 65% on the outside.
Okay.
Like, primary slot guy, Cooper Kupp. It's kind of it. Like, there aren't many slot guys that are getting paid that's above him. Hitting Cooper Kupp and, like, Keenan Allen. And that's about it.
Right. Yeah, we're going off in the chat a little bit about this. Like, if you're comparing Shakir to Amon-Ra St. Brown, like, the Bills aren't stupid, and Shakir's not stupid. If Shakir thought he had the value of Amon-Ra St. Brown, an AAV of $30 million per year, he would not sign for 15.
Right.
It's very simple.
If he thought he had that in him, he wouldn't have signed this offseason.
No way.
He would have played next year. He would have tried to, do more than what he just did. He wouldn't have done that. St. Brown played 577 snaps outside and 483 in the slot. You don't get that from Shakir.
He played where?
St. Brown played 577 on the outside and 483 in the slot.
Yeah,
so it's pretty close.
So he's a complete receiver.
He's just a complete receiver. And Shakir is not.
None of this is to say Shakir is bad or the deal's bad or anything. It's just, it's just, I think the deal is appropriate. I'm not running around screaming steal, running around screaming it's going to be a bargain, because I think that can be a trap with a lot of contracts. Like, oh, wow, this is going to be a steal. No, I think it's just good. It's good. And you are, I think, unlikely to regret it. How's that? Unlikely to regret it.
Yeah, what would have to happen for them? I don't see the player taking a step back that would get you to regret it.
Yeah, he did not have a crazy, goofy year. He's good yards after the catch. He breaks tackles. He makes guys miss. He's very sure-handed. So I don't think you'll regret the deal at all. Who's next? My money's on Terrell. My money is on Terrell Bernard is next.
You thought Bernard was going to be first. It's a little interesting to me that he was first.
Shakir?
Not like stunning by any means, but
the Cliff Notes, Shakir and Bernard were the two I thought would be the easiest, or at least highest priority for the Bills. And it kind of gets back to that conversation about the other receivers, because there's no world in which the Bills would have ever franchise tagged Khalil Shakir. And they would never franchise tag Terrell Bernard. So with that in mind, they probably have a good, bee in their bonnet, if I could use that, I guess, to get this deal done this year. If you go to next year, those guys are going to the open market, and I can protect against that by signing them now. I would not use the franchise tag. You would use the franchise tag on Benford. You would use it on Rousseau, and you would even use it on Cook. None of those franchise tags are prohibitive. The one on Shakir would have been nuts. You never would have paid him, $27 million for a year. You would have known you're losing, and your negotiating would be in real trouble. And same with Bernard. That's why I think Bernard could be next. And McDermott raved about Bernard at the Combine again. 803-0550 CJ, we're going to break in. Give us a call, and we'll get right to yours, CJ. Paul Hamilton, Sal Capaccio from Indianapolis. The Shakir deal. Give us your thoughts on it, and what's next for this offensive core build-out. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing, one of my favorite spots to stop by. Stopped by this past week, got some beer to go. The Nebula is what we got, part of their space beer series. They've got a couple different ones with space-themed names. Anyway, the Nebula is great. And we were there, the family was there after going out to East Aurora for a day outside at the park and skiing and having a bunch of fun, and stopped by Wayland on the way home for food, drink, all the good stuff. And at Wayland, just whether it's the pizza, I love the pizza, or the cashew dip, or some of the entrees, you just can't go wrong. The food at Wayland is incredible. The beer is great. That's why I always get some to go to bring home. Wayland Brewing, look no further than Wayland Brewing at 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. If you've not been there, get there. Ran into a listener while I was there that said, hadn't been here until today and heard you talking about it. So more of that. You're not going to be disappointed. You'll love it. Wayland Brewing on North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. And if you're planning an event, whether it's a corporate party or if it's holiday parties back on the holiday season, graduation parties, anything really, they can accommodate up to 200 guests. And for a limited time, you can book a midweek event with 75 or more from April to July and pay zero room fee. So make Wayland your place. Wayland Brewing, where every event is a celebration. We have a James Cook Instagram story to decode.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll spend more of the break doing it. We got 4 heads in here thinking about it.
I really don't think it means anything. It is James Cook, a picture of him in the AFC Championship. He is pointing like he just got a first down.
Yeah.
And there is an hourglass emoji followed by the smiling devil emoji.
Tick, tick.
Tick, tick on what? On the extension?
Yeah,
or
the smiling devil is what's thrown me. If it was
it couldn't
just
be tick, tick on the Chiefs?
No, there's nothing to do with the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are in it.
No. Just him. It's
actually kind of him pointing at a Chief.
He's pointing a first down. It's like the most recent game he's played. He's not out here sending messages to the Chiefs. That's about his contract. Something. Tick, tick, they're getting close. Tick, tick. Bean said yesterday,
maybe.
Bean said, we want James to be here. By the way, Bean, You know what Brandon Bean is truly elite at?
What's that?
He is undefeated in press conferences. He so rarely steps in it, so rarely comes across any other way than he never burns a bridge with a player, never says a bad word. He's a professional in those settings. And, we want James to be here. Like, it's just, I hate it when the business side gets in, but it's, blah, blah, blah. He's a pro. He is not making the Bills look bad, at least not in the press conferences. He'll say everything he thinks is right. I'm always in for speed. I'd always love to add speed, even though they don't add speed. I'd love to have a Jamar Chase. Love to have a Tyreek Hill. He's just always making you feel good about how he feels about the team, regardless of what he actually does. Not to say he does, like horrible things, but anyway. All right, we got to get a break in. I'm sorry. 803-0550. So the James Cook Instagram story, we'll try to continue to decode that. Paul Hamilton on the other side as the Sabres get a win. It's 2 in a row. But they've been streaking, and they're clawing their way maybe back soon. It's a long way to claw. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. It's the season of love, even though Valentine's Day has passed us by. Still a time for hearts, flowers, and showing how much we care. And it's about helping those in need. And right here in Buffalo at Roswell Park, there is a critical need for something that is truly life-giving, blood and especially platelet donations. Roswell Park's Donor Center is calling on you. Share your love this February by giving the gift of life. Whether it's a pint of blood, every platelet donation stays right here in Buffalo, supporting patients at Roswell Park as they fight cancer. Your donation will directly impact the lives of your neighbors, your friends, maybe even someone in your own family. Small act of generosity, little bit out of your day, can make an enormous difference in someone's battle against cancer. Visit roswellpark.org. You could schedule your blood or platelet donation there, or you can call the Donor Center directly at 1-800-ROSWELL. That's 1-800-ROSWELL. Give the gift of life, give blood, give platelets, give love at the Donor Center at Roswell Park. Khalil Shakir signs a contract extension with the Buffalo Bills. 4 years, up to $60 million total, about $15 million per year, which makes him the 23rd highest paid wide receiver in football, ranking them on annual value. Also, in the NFL at the Combine yesterday, had all the other coaches and GMs speaking. Brandon Beane, of course, and you can catch that on our website, WGR550.com. Chiefs GM Brett Veach says he's looking forward to getting Travis Kelce back, implied that Kelce will play in 2025, but nothing official there yet. He also said that the team is looking to get Marquise Brown back on a new contract. Reports on Matthew Stafford yesterday that the Raiders are one of the teams that have contacted Stafford about a trade this offseason, that the Steelers are not one of those teams. To hockey, the Sabres beat the Ducks last night, their sixth straight home win for the first time since 2018. They were down 2-0 going into the third, but 3 goals by J.J. Peterka, Alex Tuch, and Henry Jokiharju give the Sabres the win. Next up for them is tomorrow. They will be in Carolina. And Luka Doncic playing against the Mavericks for the first time last night since the big trade a few weeks ago. He had a triple-double in a Lakers win. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Two straight wins for the Sabres. They had a good stretch going to the Four Nations break, and they rallied to beat Anaheim last night, 3-2. And Paul Hamilton joins us. His appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Good morning, Paul.
Morning. Second time in this year they did that. Got behind 2-0 against the Ducks and beat them 3-2.
Okay, that happened in Anaheim too, huh?
Anaheim, it was Kulik scoring the overtime winner in that one.
That's
but
right.
They had gotten behind 2-0 in that game also.
Well, they got behind 2-0, Paul, and ultimately win the game. They were not playing poorly, though, to get to that 2-0 deficit. I mean, there's a couple power play goals, but even strength. I mean, it felt like the Sabres were maybe getting goal-lead on both ends of the ice.
Goal lead more maybe in the third period. The first period, they hit 3 posts. They missed the net. They were 10:55 into the game. They had missed the net 9 times. And by the time the period was over, they missed the net 12 times. I mean, they were absolutely just all over them. Once they got through that 5-on-3, and I don't know what the referee saw on Darlene on a penalty there. I didn't see anything even close to a penalty, which made it a 5-on-3. And they score on that, and then the Sabres just hit high gear after that. You look up, all of a sudden the shots were 7-2 Buffalo. They were just skating. They were playing like they did Saturday. They were just all over them, and they just couldn't get the puck into the net. And there were some good saves there too, but you know they were almost their own worst enemy, missing the net as much as they did and hitting the post 3 times. But then they get to the second period, and Lindy Ruff said they thought it was going to be easy. And you know, you think about it, they played like that. They just did not have a good second period at all, and that's when it became 2-0. Mm-hmm. And then they got to the third period, which might have even been better than the first period. I mean, they had 18 shots, and just again, Lindy Ruff decided to go back to the lines he had a while back, and right away, I mean, Tuch goes around the left wing. He's out there with Thompson and Greenway, and finds Thompson streaking down the center of the ice. That was a great save. And then the Cousins line comes on with Peterka and Quinn. They score the first shift there on the ice, and they go from there. Cousins, winds up with 3 assists in the period. He had 7 hits. I mean, it was just. It reminded you of a couple of years ago the way he played.
Man, there was a shift, Paul, in that third. I don't even know if they scored on it. Maybe it was right before the second goal, the Tuch goal. Darlene's out there, Byram's out there. I think maybe it was the Cousins line. Like, the Ducks just could not. It looked like the Globetrotters for at least a couple of minutes there in the third period.
Byram especially. I mean, he had come in from the right point, cut through the circle, got himself open in front. That was a good save. And less than, I'd say 20 seconds later, it came in from the left side, and they missed the net on that one. And, there was just relentless pressure.
Yeah, that defense pairing, by the way, like when you're watching them at Top Gear, like it's a pair. Can't remember the last time the Sabres have had a defense pair where they can have two defensemen when they're both playing well like that. Just you can't take the puck from them, and they're going to create chances even on their own.
Yeah, and they were able. It's not easy, and it doesn't get done very much to get a hockey trade at the trade deadline, and Adams did that last year. I think it was a day or two before the trade deadline, and he winds up with a hockey trade, which it turns out to be a very good trade for the Buffalo Sabres, and right now, not a very good trade for Colorado. Colorado has not been happy with Middlestat this year, and except for he had a hot start, but since then it's just not gone well at all. And
there's trade rumors, I think, about Middlestat now going into the deadline.
And the trade rumors are about Byram too, but I think the Sabres would rather they sign him, and we'll see what happens with that.
Paul, on Byram, signing him, I mean, they would have reason to be gun-shy here, and you almost might wonder if they would take a chance. All right, fine, we'll bring him back on a one-year RFA deal, try to get good, be in the playoffs, and maybe that's going to be what convinces him next year at this time or something like that, because it is it's not exactly an easy kind of line to walk here if you're Kevin Adams or the Sabres on what to do in terms of how much he wants, what kind of commitments you've already made. I was saying to Joe earlier, I feel like if you're going to lock into Byram and maybe also want to extend Greenway and Zucker, then you got to get rid of some other guys because they already have a lot of guys under contract, and you want to have some room to move around.
Yeah, but I mean the NHL put out some figures. I mean the salary cap could be over $100 million in 3 years. Which would help the Sabres out a little bit with that. So if they indeed don't have a self-imposed budget by Terry Pegula, which Adam says they don't, there are a lot of people who feel they do, but the cap is going up significantly, which means revenues have been very good for the league, and that would help significantly in that area if they wanted to do that. And I did ask Byram about it a little less than a month ago, probably, and he was very non-committal. He just said, "Look, it's not really something I'm thinking about now. It's not something that I've even talked with my family about." So he said, when the time is right, he'll sit down with his agent and his family and decide what they want to do, one way or the other. He has said that he does like it here, but he didn't say he wants to sign. He didn't say he didn't. He just said it really hasn't been talked about, and he really hasn't given it much thought yet because he hasn't had to. And, when the time's right, he'll sit down with his agent and his family and discuss it.
Paul, the line combinations kind of coming together and working in the third period last night, did some of that have to do with Kulik also was it injured, or what would you even call it? But he was wearing that mask, I know, and didn't see a ton of ice time.
He got a puck in the face. He was wide open. It was kind of unfortunate that Dostal got his stick on the puck and launched it. The puck was coming across, and he was wide open. I mean, Thompson had just gone in on a breakaway, but he couldn't quite pull away, so he couldn't quite get the shot off. Dostal knocked it off his stick, and then he kept going with it, and he went to the corner, got the puck, had Kulik wide open off the side of the net, got the pass across, and it hit Dostal's stick and went up, and the puck hit him right in the mouth. So that he, got some repairs for that, came back, had a full shield on, and Lindy Ruff said he was having trouble breathing. So he pulled his ice time way back after that. So that was part of it. He did play. I mean, it didn't he didn't leave the game again, but Lindy thought, he's hurting, he can't breathe. Let's kind of switch the lines around a little bit. And what he did is went back to what they used to be. Thompson centering Tuck, and sometimes they had Greenway, and Cousins centering Peterka and Quinn. That was a line for a long, long time. And, you could tell. I mean, by going back to that, there was familiarity right off the bat. You know, they knew what they were doing, and you saw chemistry right off the bat because these are lines that have played many times together before.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Western Hotline. So Carolina is next, and then it's a couple of teams that are a little further down the standings, Montreal and then San Jose. Do you the first two games out of this break, I mean, if anyone was wondering, like, okay, can they even put a run together to make it interesting, especially before the trade deadline, let alone the season, not just getting the result, but they've played like they could go on a little bit of a run here.
Well, I'm kind of following the Lindy Ruff formula that he has laid down for his team of 5-game segments. So they're 2-0 in this 5-game segment. He wants 7 out of 10 points every 5 games, which is 3-1-1. Right now they're 2-0 in this 5-game segment, with games coming up against Carolina and 2 against Montreal, and that will end the 5-game segment. So. In order to accomplish what he wants, they need to go 1-1-1 in those games to go forward. And I think what helped when he laid that down is they already had a 5-game segment going into the break of 4-1. So he could use that as an example. It's like, all right, you've already done it. I mean, and if we're going to do it, this is what we're going to have to do. One thing was cut 0.4 to 0.5 off the goals against in 2 games. That's happened. They've given up 2 goals in both games. So, you know, they've been able to do that. They have not improved their special teams, which they need to do. I mean, the Ducks did come in with the worst power play in the NHL. Now, that 5-on-3, I just don't think should have been a 5-on-3. I just don't know what the referee saw on the second penalty to Dahlin. I did not see a penalty anywhere there in the replay, and that gives you a 107 2-man advantage because they call that phantom penalty. Greenway, yeah. I understand that, you know, it's a bad penalty. Greenway comes charging in and knocks. I don't have a huge problem with it, if you want to be totally honest, because he came charging in and was trying to be tough in front of the net, and you know, they had guys at the net, and they were being tough in that game. It was, you know, a game that looked like against a rival team. But they were always up for the scrums, and they were always in there as a group of 5. And, you know, they wind up getting in a couple of fights, and, you know, Matthias Samuelsson got the message loud and clear. I mean, he was involved in at least 2 or 3 scrums where, you know, he was involved, not just standing there pushing. He was involved. And and look at what they've done for 5 of the last 6 periods. They've been around the net almost the whole time. No perimeter play, and being tough around the net and being tough in battles. I mean, it's. I know they're 7-3 in their last 10. I know we talked about it before. Since the 13-game winless streak, they've played very well in those 22 games. Now a points percentage of over 600 with this win. And I get all that, but now they're doing it with fast physical play, which is something that we hadn't seen. Cousins, 7 hits. Greenway, 6 hits. And I don't really even care if they're hits. I want to see physical battles. That's what I want to see, and that's what we are seeing. And that doesn't necessarily mean you're putting somebody through the back wall. That means you're in the battle, and you're physical in that battle, using your strength, using your body to win puck battles, and they're doing that the last couple of games.
Paul, we are 9 days from the NHL trade deadline, a week from Friday, and you know, in years past, we might wonder if this kind of play, this streak or run or whatever you want to call it, could convince them to be buyers. And I don't really think Kevin Adams should be swayed one way or the other. I don't know what there is to sell. I don't know what picks, prospects. It's a currency I'm not really all that interested in right now. So if it's a hockey trade, I'll listen to it. Past that, I don't think that the GM should be worried about the standings and should be worried about what can I get seconds and thirds and fifths and buyers and sellers and, these kind of binary conversations. You feel like that's the right place for Adams to be?
Absolutely, especially in the cases of Greenway and Zucker. You're looking for veteran leadership, and people have been talking about trading Tuck. And I don't understand why you would want to do that, because he's the type of player you're actually looking to add to get more of that type of player. They don't have enough veteran leadership in their top six to help the youngsters that they have. It's too much towards the youngsters. And you're looking for basically a guy like Alex Tuck.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, you need more than just Alex. You need somebody to help Alex Tuck in that leadership role. Not trade away Alex Tuck, so now you got to go find two of them.
Not just that, but the reality is if you get rid of Alex Tuck, the Sabres can't exactly find 29-year-old top-line wingers that will just sign here for $5 million. It just doesn't happen.
Right.
And it's going to score you 20 to 30 goals and is a good two-way player. One of the best players you're going to see at, causing turnovers, swiping the puck, coming up, and then turning that into offense right away when he does that. Zucker and Greenway. Greenway has a skill set that nobody else on this team has, and has had two very good games since coming back from injury. And again, I'm more interested in finding a way to re-sign him as an unrestricted free agent coming up than I am in trading him. And even if you haven't re-signed him yet, I would still keep him unless he has said absolutely bluntly, those two players, we are not re-signing. There is no way you're going to re-sign us. All right, if you want to trade him. But I would keep, even though they have not signed contracts at the deadline, I would still keep them and continue negotiating with them.
Would that change for you if someone offered a first-round pick for him?
For Greenway?
No, for Zucker. Like if you didn't know for sure he wasn't going to sign yet, but somebody, because there have been some of these. I remember Barclay Goodrow like 2 years ago. Like there have been some players at the deadline recently that have gone for a first, where you're like, oh wow, like a first-round pick. So if you didn't know for sure one way or another what Zucker was going to do, but someone offered you that, does that change it for you at all?
I don't think so in this case. It would any other year. I probably been talking about, because I've always said, get what you can get. If you're, Reinhart and Eichel both said they want, Eichel wanted out, and Reinhart said, I'm not re-signing. Now, Eichel had a contract, but he just, at least he did them the favor of saying, I'll play the one more year that I owe you, and I'm not re-signing. And that's simple as that. I mean, he felt disrespected by the Buffalo Sabres organization because they had never offered him in three different GMs a long-term contract. He felt he earned it, and he's not wrong. He had earned it. He was a very good player here and should have been offered one and never was. So I get it. I understand why he felt that way. So, yeah, in all those cases, I thought, get the draft pick. But as Jeremy already pointed out, I think it's different now. They have so many young players, good young players, but they don't have enough roster spots to play them all. They can't all make the Buffalo Sabres. They got too many of them. So I don't really see the need to add to that. I think they need to use some of this as currency to get the types of players that they need. So in this case, and probably it's the first time I've said this, I'd say no, I don't think that would deter me unless he has said absolutely I'm not coming back.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
We'll talk again. 10 straight, Paul. Lindy's got his plan. I got mine. 10 straight.
Is Rob's plan, by the way, to never come out of that 300 level seat? Because it seemed like he was in heaven last night.
I could not hear him, but I could see it, of course,
Yeah.
and it was just hilarious. And Martin Barone brings him a hot dog and a Coke. So you got Marty delivering you food, and then we have some very, very nice people who bring food in the press box and take care of us very well. And they had some chicken and waffles.
They had like special food items.
Right, special food.
They brought him that. They brought him the hot dog. I mean, really, they could just make it Rob's food corner up there.
Well, that was
like,
the food
during
we had in the
broadcast.
press box. And I said to Crystal, I said, well, because she was laughing. Because she had just realized Rob was up there. I showed her he was up there, and I said, Rob would love some of this food here, you know. So there were like 3 trays. So she combined one, and then she grabs the tray, and she goes, "Oh, we got to give him how much? He would he eat, like, how much chicken should we give him?" I said, "You give him the rest of it, and he would eat it. You give him 9 pieces if you want to." I said, "He'll eat anything." So he got some the waffles and the chicken, and I did talk to him later. He said it was excellent. It was very good. So she went up there with the tray and handed him that, and so yeah, it was exactly Rob's food corner. It was.
Listen, Paul,
you guys got to hear it at least. I'm sure it was hilarious.
Well, some people didn't like hearing it. There was a lot of chewing going on. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, the Sabres might have stumbled on their latest package. It's the Rob Ray ticket package. You just go up there and they just keep bringing you food.
Yeah.
You know, how much can you eat? Let's do it.
Totally into this.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Ovechkin scored last night.
Yes.
I was just looking at Ovechkin
One-timer on the power play from his office.
Yeah. Which
Close
was
to
his
his
30th goal of the year.
It's insane.
He has how many 30-goal seasons? How many 30-goal seasons does Alexander Ovechkin have?
Well, I think it's every year of his career. So does he have a 18?
19.
19?
This is number 19.
Do you have it open? Is it every year?
No, it's not every year. Because he has 20-goal seasons. I was trying to figure out, yes, there are...
Oh, so there must be 1 year...
1 year where he might have got 29. I'll pull up his career stats
Probably
here.
one of those lockout years, right?
But if you go to the NHL's website, NHL Records...
Here you go, I got it. Yeah, he scored 24 goals in 45 games the year that the season was cut off due to COVID.
Which is too bad because that could have been a 60-goal season. If you sort by the 10s, Ovechkin he is tied for the most 50. He is owner of the most 40, owner of the most 30. He does not have the most 20-goal seasons, and this might be a fun bet. Would this season now count? It must count right now, is it?
Yeah.
It's got to be active. Yeah, okay. So
yeah, it must be. Yeah. Assuming it's updated from last night.
He has 20-goal seasons in 20 seasons. And the record is Gordie Howe, who has 22 20-goal seasons in 26 seasons.
26 seasons.
Ovechkin is now 12 away from breaking the record, 11 away from tying Gretzky.
Yeah.
Once we get in single digits, we're on a watch every night.
I think I saw, too, that he is one of 2 players now at 39 or older to score 30 goals. And Howe is the other one.
Okay.
Howe scored 39 at... Oh, I know what it is. In your age 39 season, this is what it is. Most goals in your age 39 season. Gordie Howe, most all-time, 39. Alex Ovechkin, second all-time, 30. And he's on pace to blow by that. He broke his leg, or broke his fibula.
This year.
2.5 months ago.
Yeah.
And he's on a 50-goal pace, 60-goal pace. He's not even like this, new age, the athlete playing longer than ever before because of sports science and taking care of your body. Tom Brady doesn't eat strawberries. LeBron spends $1 million a year on his body. There's the NBA documentary. The things LeBron does to stay in shape are just insane. Ovechkin's just like, he just shows up, right?
He does.
He's aged. He's not aged like a fine wine. I mean, he has with his game, but like
he looks older than those other guys.
He definitely looks older than those other guys.
But he can play. He can still play.
Isn't hockey too the sport where you don't have to go crazy, right?
I don't know.
I mean, Yager played till 50.
The Great Chase. There's a logo and everything. NHL.com, and they're also putting it up on the broadcast, like a little logo in the corner when he scores. The Great Chase, and the counter goes down from 12 goals to go.
The sports books now, you can bet on which game he's going to break the record in. Let me see if the Sabres are up for that, because they play in 14 games now, 14 Capitals games away.
Yeah,
and he scored. So if he scores at a goal per game, like he's going to put himself right on track.
That game is in Washington, right?
And that game is in Washington. It's surrounded by 4 road games, so like they'd want it there.
Yeah.
They'd love to have it there.
803-0550. Sabres win 2 in a row. Good for them. A lot of work still to do. They'll play Carolina on Thursday. When we return, the Shakir contract, a little more on that, what it all means for the offense and what the next step should be for the Bills. What do you want next? I think Shakir is a very popular extension. What do you want next? 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. With the game tips off in the NBA, action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, your home for NBA live betting. Even if you missed the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle till the final buzzer. So join with FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/white and join today and get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Khalil Shakir and the Bills agree to a 4-year contract extension. He is their first big extension of the offseason. 4 years, $60 million is what it's worth up to. $15 million per year puts him at roughly the 23rd highest paid wide receiver in football. That's at least before guys will sign below him and push him probably further down by the end of the offseason. The Sabres winning last night, 3-2 over the Anaheim Ducks. That makes it 6 straight home wins. That has not been done by the Sabres since 2018. Next up for them is against the Carolina Hurricanes tomorrow night as they look for 7 of their last 8. Still in last place in the East, but they're almost out of that, 2 points behind Pittsburgh. Back to football, Brett Veach, general manager of the Chiefs, implies that Travis Kelce is going to be back in 2025 with Kansas City. Also says they're looking to get Marquise Brown back on a new contract. Matthew Stafford continuing to talk to teams. Vinny Bonsignor of the Las Vegas Review-Journal reports that Tom Brady has been in contact with Stafford's camp as the Raiders want Stafford. Also, Jerry Dulac in Pittsburgh says the Steelers are not one of the teams that has contacted Stafford. Longtime All-Pro left tackle Jason Peters, former Buffalo Bill and longtime Philadelphia Eagle, has retired from the NFL at 43 years old. He spent the last 2 years in Seattle. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
The far circle, Quinn gets it back again. Shot's not there. Yoki Haru scored from here in the tournament. Scores! He did it again! Henry Yoki Haru.
One of the moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Jeremy and Joe, we're going streaking. 2 in a row. wait, you know what we need?
It is 6 of 7.
Sure.
That's good.
That's
streaking, right?
I only speak in terms of streaks with the Sabres. If they lose on Thursday, reset the counter and get 10 in a row. I will not treat the season as over until they can't win 10 in a row.
Does this whole exercise only work because they lost to Nashville in the last game before the break?
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't be talking about them winning 10 in a row if they had right now been on a 7-game win streak.
No, they were not within.
Because then we'd be talking about, guys, they need to make this streak 16 games.
That's right.
And that almost suddenly makes it sound more impossible.
10 in a row is pretty ridiculous anyway, but
That's
they
right,
played their way back into 10 in a row range. So,
Stupid 13-game losing streak.
If they play well enough for a couple of weeks, talk to me, Joe, about 3 weeks from now. Maybe it's Operation 6 in a row. Maybe they have to win the last 6 of whatever. We're going to do the best we can. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, good Wednesday morning. Have a question for you about the Bills. And if you want to try on decoding James Cook's Instagram, I'm doing some work on that. James Cook posted on his Instagram a picture of him signaling a first down against the Chiefs. And in it, he's got 2 emojis.
Yep.
An hourglass emoji and the devil face emoji. Now, digging deep into this, there are 2 hourglass emojis. One has the sand at the top. One has the sand at the bottom. Sand at the bottom means this is over, right?
Yep.
Sand at the top means time's ticking.
Yep.
Now, the devil face, one devil face is happy, one devil face is mad. He's got the happy one.
Yep.
So I'm taking this cryptic tweet from James Cook to mean that there's time left and it's not contentious. There you go. You can report that. Tweet that out, breaking sports news, if you want. Do we do that anymore? No? All right.
Emoji decoder.
Emoji
It should be
decoder.
in your title from now on.
I'll take it.
Emoji decoder.
803-0550. What do you want to happen next? Let's get to that. What do you want to happen next? Shakir gets his deal, 4 years, solid deal for him.
Yep.
Cook, Bernard, Benford, Rousseau, all on the list here.
I think, doesn't it have to be Benford? No.
I think.
Well, no, you think it could be Bernard.
I think it's most likely to be Bernard. He's the likely cheapest, and they would never use a franchise tag on him, so they will be motivated to get that done. So I think Bernard is next. But we'll see. Get some calls in. CJ in Buffalo. Hey, CJ, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Now, some of the stuff I'm about to say, just walk with me here. So, I would trade James Cook. I wouldn't go to the end or do anything like we did with Gabe Davis. I think he wants a contract this year. Otherwise, I do think he will cause a problem, social media wise, in the off season if he doesn't get paid. But with all of our resources, I would say the Bills need speed on offense and speed on defense. And with the offense that we run with Joe Brady, I haven't seen screens since Chan Gailey, just going off memory. So I would definitely say, look, speed opens up for Kincaid. With the offensive line that you have, looking back, I'm not worried about the Worthy pick. I know Sean McDermott said he wants size with speed, but I think speed in general opens up for everybody, just like the presence of Amari Cooper opened it up for the offense. Speed keeps the safety back. You have to respect Josh Allen's arm and somebody's speed. I don't care if you only run a 9 route. I think that on offense and defense helps this team a lot. If you want to allocate most of your resources to defense and say, look, let's just add some speed on offense just to open up the playbook a little more. Let's make people worry about that one threat, but it gives everybody else a little more breathing room, like the short screen Shakir, because you have some speed on the outside. That's all I'm saying. I would just put more than one resource there. I know MVS didn't work out, but I would even take draft picks. Just let's get 2 fast guys. After that, hopefully they grow into something great, but if they don't, they work in this offense, especially with this offensive line. That's all.
Yeah, thanks, CJ. One of the things I'm picturing visually, what if you want a good speed receiver, vertical speed receiver, I mean, granted, the best of the best do this anyway, but you're looking for someone that when he lines up out wide, the corner is 12 yards back.
Yep.
Okay, I got to be ready for this because he'll run right by me. Think about Elam on Worthy in the AFC Championship game. Was he backed off?
He was backed off
15 yards?
It was insane how far back he was.
The speed is such a threat that everything is open to you. To cut that short, to do whatever. So, someone like that, the Bills do talk a good game, like wanting someone like that.
Yes and no.
Bean said yesterday, I'll never turn that down. Like I said, they talk a good game.
What Bean yesterday, when asked about speed, maybe I had a different takeaway. I came away from Bean's comment yesterday thinking they will never invest in speed. They will never invest in speed because he is so, at least this is how he talks, and the action mostly backs that up. He is so aggressive when he talks about that you've got to be a good football player first. And that's not crazy to say, right? That I just don't want speed to get speed. Guy's got to be a good football player. He reiterates that every time he's asked about it. That does seem to be how they act. Other teams don't act like that. Not everybody does act like that. There are teams in the league, a lot of them, I think. There's at least a chunk that will draft speed just to draft speed and think, I can make that guy into a good football player. And the Bills kind of carry themselves that way. And they'd have to change their attitude on that because even last year with Worthy, okay, you might have wanted him.
And
you told him, but why didn't you take him? Because there was another team that believed in the speed more.
Yeah.
And you might have thought, you might have been thinking about the football player before you were thinking about what I can turn that speed into.
Right. On One Bills Live yesterday, they asked Brandon Beane, hey, do you have a guy you're hoping runs slow again? Because the famous story from the Combine is they watched Gabe Davis run slow.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's something revealing in there about Beane hoping the Combine lies to people and lies to his colleagues, but to go there and hope guys run slow is a little bit counterintuitive to wanting the fastest guys. But that said, everything you just laid out, I don't think it's wrong, but they invest their time and their resources on scouting speed, and then they just back away from it. They liked Worthy. He came in for a visit. He said he thought the Bills were going to take him, and that he and Joe Brady hit it off, and that's all good. The other guys they brought in for their 30 visits, I remember I had the list up yesterday, it's Devontae Walker, Troy Franklin. They've looked at it. They've looked at it. They've gone to the speed lot and never walked off with a speed vehicle.
But if you like the speed, but there are 7 other teams, 12 other teams that love it, and are obsessed with it, then how often are you going to get it? What, like, you can want it, but if consistently there are other teams that want it more because maybe they don't have the same qualifier that you do. Maybe if the Bills' attitude is, we'd love to have speed, but our qualifier is the guy has got to be a good football player all around. And that there are other teams that say, I don't need him to be a good all-around football player. Give me the speed and let me work with it. Then guess what's going to happen? You're never going to end up with the speed.
Right.
You're never going to get there.
Is Worthy, and Worthy might be like we're all too close to the situation because of the trade in the Chiefs. But is Worthy a football player? Or is he just a fast guy? And do the Chiefs care?
And is he the only example of that? Because really, Diggs was not slow, and John Brown is like 7 years ago now.
No, I'm thinking about guys like Tank Dell. What's Tank Dell? He's a football player. He's fast and not that big, but he's a football player, okay? Some guys get that. If you're 150 pounds, you can't be a football player because, what's Worthy, like 170?
He's not much bigger.
The Bills want Tutu Atwell here?
I guess I'll believe it when I see it, that they draft a guy based on the pure breakaway speed, and there are some deficiencies otherwise. That there are holes in the game, there is a size problem, or there is a technique problem, or whatever it is, that they'll just go and draft speed and try to mold that into a player, rather than, it feels more often, especially receiver and maybe running back to a lesser extent, this is true, but just as a team overall, they've never really been that fast of a team.
That's right.
Like, their whole team is kind of built with the idea that, okay, well, we got to be a good football player first, so therefore you kind of build your team not being as fast as everybody else, because you might have a qualifier that half the league doesn't.
803-0550. We'll get a break in, Silas. We'll take your call on the other side, get a little more time to talk about it with you. And Sal coming up at 8 o'clock from Indianapolis on the Shakir extension and his continued State of the Bills series at our website, WGR550.com. Jeremy White here for Atwall Eye Care. They're online at atwalleye.com, and you got a chance to grab some lunch today. That's right, today at Atwall's 3095 Harlem Road location. You can meet Dr. Atwall and get all your questions answered about cataract surgery. If you love sports but driving home from a game like last night in the dark, it's more difficult than it used to be. Your vision may be suffering from cataracts. It's a natural part of aging. Don't worry, Atwall Eye Care can help. They can have you covered with customized cataract surgery options that fit your lifestyle. So you get a chance to get the answers you need and grab some lunch. That's going to be today, 11:30 at 3095 Harlem Road. So you're thinking, what am I going to have for lunch? And I have a cataract issue potentially. Perfect. Look at this, 11:30 this morning at their Harlem Road location. You can register online at atwalleye.com. That's atwalleye.com for today's Lunch and Learn from Atwall Eye Care. Atwall Eye Care, the official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills, the eye care I trust for my family. Register for today's event at atwalleye.com. All right, we're checking in with Sal Capaccio in a moment from my God, the commercials. I got to turn my computer down. From Indianapolis. We're going to call in. Joe's got the Sabres strategy segment coming up as well. But first, Silas in New Jersey is up here on a warm Wednesday. It's kind of warm out here in Buffalo, right? Like 40s again. Silas, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. This is my second time calling, and I enjoy what you guys do. How's everybody this morning?
Thank you.
I think I got to disagree a little bit with the Shakir deal. I think you're looking at it from a standpoint of $15 million. If he earns everything in that contract to make 15 every year, then he's having a great year. The offense is having a great year. At that point, then it's a, we're talking about he's close to 1,000 yards, 5 or 6 touchdowns in what we consider the Buffalo Bills to now be at least a balanced offense between the run and pass. But I like the actual bones. Like, it's an $8 million a year deal. I think Shakir's a top 5 slot in the NFL. I don't think you can name 5 slot receivers in the NFL that are better than Shakir is. And if you get a guy like that for $8 million on his second contract, that is a bargain. That is a bargain. I think Bean did an excellent job.
Yeah, thanks, Silas. We got to wait to see the full numbers of it. He's definitely making more than 8, though. I mean, it's 32 guaranteed on a 4-year deal, an average annual of 15.
And he won't, he'll get some of the non-guaranteed.
Right, and
it would unless he was horrible, like from the start to the finish, then maybe he would only get the guaranteed.
So here's one thing to do about contracts. Like, we all know, you got to see the numbers.
Yeah.
So I think Silas might have been you in the YouTube chat. Somebody in the YouTube chat compared him to the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal, who you've pointed out, Joe. He does play on the outside quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's all over the place. He's not an exclusive slot. He might be one of the best slots. So St. Brown signed 4 years, $120. Wow, $30 million a year.
Yep.
Yeah, 77 guaranteed. Oh, okay, so less than $20 million per year if you do it that way. Mm-hmm. And if you're doing it that way, well, Shakir signed for 15. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown signed for 30. Mm-hmm. Or Shakir signed for, as Silas says, 8, where St. Brown signed for 20. Like, the structure of these deals, the outs, the guaranteed money, there's still a lot to figure out. I just think the Shakir deal is probably good to fine. I don't know about a steal. I don't know about that. For all the points everybody just made about how they could win without Diggs because they let him walk. I mean, if they had let Shakir walk and signed another slot receiver or drafted another slot receiver, there's no guarantee he would be as good or as productive as that guy. But they walked away from a receiver that had a ton more gravity to him, and they were okay in the short term. And I don't want to treat Khalil Shakir like they would have died without him. I think it's a very good deal. I think he's a very good player, and he's paid what he's worth. I don't think it's a steal. I don't think it's some sort of holy cow they got over on the league here. But they did, to that point, though, one thing they did do is they signed him before the next round of receiver contracts.
Yes, they did.
When Jamar Chase goes for 40
yeah.
and Higgins goes for 31, and
there will be guys that...
Is McLaurin up?
You know, this is how it works. There will be receivers that sign... I think this is true. The list is a little interesting this year, but won't there be a receiver that signs this spring for more than Shakir, and every Bills fans on Twitter is going to go, oh, whoa, that guy's not... Well, that's an overpayment. That guy's not as good as Shakir. I don't know who that guy would be, though.
I don't know.
Because, again, there's no middle tier of free agency this year, really. There's
also
Higgins, and then there's, old guys, and then there's a drop.
There's also a point to be made here about the everybody eats concept. If everybody eats, then everybody gets paid in the middle. And do you save money? Versus paying one guy 30 and 3 other guys a combined 10.
Right.
Versus paying 3 guys 15. The everybody eats idea and not forcing the ball, finger quotes, to one player will kind of ensure that you're balanced in the way you pay. And I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the best. But whatever. Shakir's here. He's locked in. I don't know anybody that's really upset about the deal, and I can't think of why you would be. I think it's a fine deal. I just don't think it's some sort of, crazy steal is all. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Sal joins us. We'll get his thoughts on the Shakir extension, what Brandon Beane had to say about it all, what might be the next one to come along, whether that's James Cook or Terrell Bernard or Myles Garrett stuff. The Browns GM spoke on Myles Garrett yesterday, tried to put out every fire there was there. So full update from the Combine with Sal when we return on WGR.
Stinky Joe DiBiase here. That rough winter did a number on the roads. Did it do a number on your car? Cracked bumper? Maybe a smashed fender? Yeah, not a good look. Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. When my car needs work, I go to Clinton Collision. These guys are the real deal. They bring wrecked cars back to life. Plus, they work with all insurance companies. So if you happen to be involved in one of those many accidents we had on the slippery roads this winter, call the guys that I trust, Clinton Collision, 716-823-2000, or you can visit them at clintoncollision.com. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is here to stay for at least 4 more years. At least that's the extension that he signed with the Bills. It's a 4-year deal worth up to $60 million, $15 million per year, which, before other receiver contracts this summer, at the moment puts him 23rd in the NFL at his position in dollars per year between Cortland Sutton and Tyler Lockett. Shakir, the first big extension of the offseason for the Bills. The Combine, of course, is this week. A lot of GMs speaking. Brandon Beane yesterday. You can find that on our website, WGR550.com. Chiefs GM Brett Veach implying that Travis Kelce will be back in 2025. Sounded much more optimistic than his head coach. He also says the team's looking to get Marquise Brown back on a new contract. Matthew Stafford is talking to teams, and one of them, according to Vinny Bonsignor of the Las Vegas Journal, is the Raiders. That Tom Brady has been in contact with Stafford's camp. Jerry Dulac in Pittsburgh says the Steelers are not one of the teams that has been in contact with Matthew Stafford. In hockey, the Sabres win last night. Down 2-0 going into the third. 3 unanswered goals by J.J. Peterka, Alex Tuch, and Henry Jokiharju gives the Sabres the win. That is 6 straight home wins for the first time since 2018. Next up is Carolina in Carolina tomorrow night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Sal Capaccio will join us on the Western Hotline right now. It is Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Combine rolls along. We got a contract extension to talk about, other contracts to potentially speculate about. The GM speaking at the Combine. Workouts start tomorrow. I think that's when you can start to watch guys work out on the NFL Network. It's the Combine. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Not too bad. Busy day yesterday, right? I mean, you expected to hear from Brandon Beane and kind of wrap up McDermott, what he had to say, move on to Brandon Beane, and lo and behold, Beane has a contract extension to talk about that I think most Bills fans are pretty happy about.
Yeah, the contract extension came down like within the hour before Brandon Beane, maybe even 20 minutes before Brandon Beane spoke to us. So I think that was probably, calculated by the Bills so that he could talk about it. It's good news. It's something he could talk about at the podium and answer questions about. So we got the news about the contract extension for Khalil Shakir, and obviously immediately when he spoke to the media, we asked him about it. And, it's interesting. There's a lot of guys here we've been talking about who are up for, extensions or at least going into the last year of their deals. He's one of 5 big names, I would say. And Brandon Beane said, look, you can't talk to everybody at the same time, but you have to kind of touch base with them, and then you kind of can talk with a couple to see where they go. And this one just started to really trend in the right direction. And they ultimately got to a place, that they were comfortable with. So, the reported numbers from Adam Schefter and others are 4 years, up to $60 million. Now, of course, we know how this works. The agents put out those numbers when they're high to give them the best look. And even if Khalil Shakir was to hit the $60 million, guys, that would be a maximum of $15 million a year. And if you hit that $60 million, I'm guessing that would be there's incentives and achievements in there. $15 million a year for a really good wide receiver is a nice deal. The guaranteed money is only 32, so you look at it that way. It's really a 4-year contract worth $32 million, and then whatever else he can make on top of that. And I think that's a nice spot to land for a core piece of the team who was their leading receiver last year, by the way.
Yeah, we might get the numbers on the deal today or in the coming days to find out if it's truly a 4-year deal or a 3-year deal with an out or whatever. There's lots of different ways they could do that. He could, up to 60 could be, what do we have in there, Sal? Like Pro Bowl escalators, catch escalators.
Sure.
Not likely to be earned incentives. He probably has one in there for 100 catches in a season where he gets $1 million or something like that. So we'll see what that ultimately plays out to be. How much of it, Sal, do you think is that Shakir, it just works. Like they don't really have to think too hard on this. And for Shakir to want to stay where he is, like this is a guy that they drafted. He kind of waited for his turn and developed, and he became a piece that the quarterback relies on. And if there's one thing that I think this team really values, it's if the quarterback likes you, you've got a really good situation going on.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jeremy. And of course, I think, Khalil Shakir has really developed a nice rapport with Josh Allen. Look at his catch rate last year. He was leading the league at one point and really had like 99 or 100% catch rate at one point. And then that dipped a little bit as the year went on, and he got a little bit banged up. But, he's still able to, at his size and the way he plays, to stay healthy and be on the field, which was a key component, his availability as well. But, he's also one of these guys where what we've seen under McDermott and Bean the last, 7 years, the third-year jump is big for a lot of guys. They go from year 2 to year 3, and that's really a lot of times the year where a lot of these players take that leap and they become a guy where you say, oh, that's somebody who you really want to, keep around. And that really happened with Khalil Shakir from last year, at the end of last year when things tailed off with Diggs and Khalil Shakir stepped up. Let's remember, his rookie year, he was inactive several games. And there were people saying, oh, this kid can't get on the field. And, that's why, remember our discussion on Keon Coleman yesterday. And you look at, and I understand Khalil Shakir was, a fourth-round pick, and Keon Coleman is the first pick of the second round. They're a different situation, but when you think back to guys like Khalil Shakir who couldn't even get on the field his rookie year, and now they're signing him to a 4-year contract extension a couple of years later, it just shows to show you, there's time here for guys to develop. It doesn't have to happen right away, and it doesn't happen right away for everyone. So, I think the Bills, to your point, also know that this is a player that, fits their culture, fits their room. It's a player that wants to be in Buffalo. Khalil is a very, very grounded individual. He's a leader in his own way. I don't know if you know, he's a son of a military family. He's a guy that's always accountable at his locker, talking to the media. He's the type of player that's a captain without a C on his jersey, and that just all fits for the Bills, obviously.
Does anything come to mind, Sal, on what he did grow in? Because he certainly grew. Coleman, I feel like this offseason, it's been about rebounding from the injury and maybe not being as aggressiveness, right, was mentioned by McDermott after the year. For Shakir, is there something specific that comes to mind that he did take a big step in or grew in, or was it just a little of everything?
Probably a little everything, Joe. I think he's always been good with the ball in his hands. If you remember a few years ago, that game in Baltimore, we had a couple big plays with the ball in his hands. The Bills came back, they won the game on the walk-off field goal. That's something that's always been great. I think that the nuances of route running, separation, getting open, I think you've done some of the analytics work on this, Joe, this year, and Khalil Shakir's good at that, right? He's one of the guys that can actually get open and separate, and that's probably an area where he's been very good at, and he's grown, and it takes a lot to kind of learn that at the NFL level, and getting the ball and then being able to run with it is great, but you got to be able to be open to get the ball, and that's probably an area where he's really grown.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. What else did Brandon Beane have to say? James Cook's name came up, and he kind of had a glowing review of Cook in the same way that Sean McDermott did.
He did, and listen, I asked Brandon about James' situation, and James, I said, I understand you never negotiate through the media, but what's the process here of going through this, especially considering how public James has been via social media? And Brandon said 3 times before he even answered the question, really said, I love James Cook. He said, I love him. He's a great human being. And he said they want to keep James Cook. He said the business is the business, and the value is the value. What James puts out there and what James says doesn't change the Bills' value on him. And he did say he prefers to keep business in-house. So he'd prefer that it not be out there public. But he also said that doesn't change their view of James personally. He said James is a grown man, and he can handle it the way he chooses to handle it. At the end of the day, he said, just because we're not on the same page now doesn't mean we won't be in 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, right? Saying, hey, there's a lot of time here. So, yes, very glowing the way they talk about James Cook, but he made it clear we have a value, and it's like any other value we're going to have on a player. We have to adhere to what the market dictates, and there's a market, and they're going to look at that, and that's where the value is. They can't let what James Cook says alter what they feel about the value in the market of the player.
He got asked about the running back market a couple times, Sal, like about the more like the broader, the league scope with running back. And maybe this is not a dot worth connecting, but it did. I think both times when he got asked, he did talk about like Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, and the guys being able to play all three downs, weapons out of the backfield. And again, like, I don't know if this is a dot worth connecting because Cook really wasn't all three downs, didn't get used in the pass game a ton. It was a good amount, but it wasn't like as much as some of those guys. I wonder, do you think that comes up for them? Like that he isn't really a player that's out there 70%, 80% of the time when they're trying to figure out whether to give him a good contract?
Oh, 100%, right? I mean, I'm sure the Bills, when they talk to James representatives, one of the things that will come up is he's not really a third down guy for us. We have another guy who does that. Another thing that Brandon said, Joe, that I think I could tie to this is he was asked about running backs coming out this year and what traits they look for. And he brought up pass protection being very important. Does he understand pass protection? Does he understand how to diagnose this or that? And, let's go back to the Kansas City game. Many of us felt James Cook should have been on the field during the final drive. Why wasn't he? Well, one of the answers given at the end of the year was Ty Johnson's on the field for the 2-minute drill. Well, why is Ty Johnson on the field for the 2-minute drill generally for the Bills? He's good in pass protection and he can go out and catch the ball. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean James Cook can't do those things, but he's not the best player in the roster for those things. So I'm sure in some capacity that's part of the conversation between Brandon Beane and James Cook's representatives when it comes time to discussing all of this.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline ahead of the Combine. So it's funny, this time around for the Combine, there are a lot of, it feels like, you could tell me, remembering last year's Combine, it's a little bit more about the players they already have, at least the conversations with the coach and the GM, than it is about the prospects. What did Beane have to say about the draft class this year, and whether it's the defensive line class being loaded or putting things together, getting their team together, their scouts, everybody to start to pick through what they're looking for out of this group?
Well, specifically, he always says, hey, we pick 30th, and you never know how the board is going to fall. This is a good defensive line class. This is an area there. And, there's a lot of areas where the Bills are going to concentrate. And we asked specifically about positions. Like, do you need more at wide receiver? Do you need more at safety? They're not going to reveal all of those things. But he also talked about how as you get closer to the draft, obviously a lot of things change. There's trades that are made. Guys come here and they come here and they have these great workouts and they suddenly shoot up everybody's boards, right? So you have to kind of navigate that process. For the Bills, I will tell you, their process is tried and true for them. And people can pick apart the picks they've made and haven't made, and I understand that. But they believe in how they go about things, and it's pretty, set in, rooted in how, it goes back to going to see these players in games in college, and then going through the interview process with them up and through all the bowl games. And those are big, those bowl games and those interviews. And then when you get here, guys, it's interviews and medical are very, very important. I've always said the testing that's done here is great. It really confirms biases. It really confirms, I should say, what you already know about the player. If you see a player test here and it's way different than how you saw him perform, and Brandon Beane has said this in the past, that's when you go back and say, what did we miss? Is there something we missed on this? But generally, they're not going to be much different than what you know about them. So this week is mainly used for the other parts of it, getting to know them off the field, get these interviews, the medical piece of it, all that stuff is very important. And, that's something he makes sure that, people are aware of and how they go about it.
He does a very good job of not just giving away to what. It would be easy to say defensive line, it's a super deep class and there should be one by 30th. Being, I think Jeremy said this earlier, he's very good at not really stepping in it in these things.
No, that's right. And Joe, we also usually get, Brandon Beane about a week before the draft for an interview, a press conference. And that's when you get a little bit more of that, when they know more about these guys and they'll say, there's a good defensive line group and I think there's some value there. And one of the things that's coming out of this combine is most of the value in this draft is going to be in the second and third rounds. And the Bills have 2 second-round picks this year. you're not getting the real high-end talent. I know we've debated about, how people grade how many first-round picks. There's 32 teams, but as I always said to you guys, like, generally the way it works in the NFL is GMs will say, like, they'll grade guys out at 20 first-round picks or 22. And I don't know. I think it's more on the lower end this year, or at least I would say the top elite guys, I think, are on the lower end this year.
I think you asked the question maybe about the idea of trading for a star player if your first round pick was involved, and not that you would expect the other from Bean, but definitely still not sounding like someone that would ever hesitate if you want my first round pick. Like, he sounds like if the player's worth it, he'll do it.
So I know that he can't talk about specific players, right? And I said, I understand you can't do that. He can't talk about Myles Garrett or Max Crosby or Micah Parsons, whoever. I said, but when you know a player might be available, what is that process like for you? And are you in on that? Are you making calls right away? And basically he said, look, I'm not doing my job if I'm not. Of course, I'm going to do everything that's possible to help the Buffalo Bills, but it's got to be the right deal for us. He said it's also important to remember for fans a lot of times, just because they don't make a trade doesn't mean they didn't try. They can't force a team to make a trade to them. That team could say, we're not trading him into the conference, in the division. We're not, we want to deal with another team. We want a higher draft pick. You're picking 30th. A lot of these things come into play. There's a lot of times they're in on conversations. They don't get guys. My question was backed up by Jay Skursky, who said, would that include trading a first-round pick? And Bean's exact quote was, I won't flinch. And he said, I'll say what I say when I'm on the golf course. I'm a lot of things, but scared ain't one of them. So, take that how you will. It feels like to me, and it sounds like the Bills are certainly at least checking in on some of these bigger names that we've talked about.
He is a good golfer, so that might be one of the reasons he's not scared out there.
That's right.
Being good would help. Well, Sal, the free agency happens first in the draft, so we'll know what they need more at the draft. Shakir's done. We're waiting for the other big ones. Cooper, Hollins, any early indicators on those guys?
No, I would be surprised if we get anything on Amari Cooper, anytime soon. I think that's a veteran who's probably, it's the first time he's going to enter free agency. And I'm sure that, he's probably looking to see, what that looks like for him. As far as Mac Hollins, I've always believed, and, I haven't heard anything this week specifically on him, but I at least have reason to believe that both sides would be very interested in a reunion, right?
Yep.
And whether that happens this week or a little before free agency begins on March 12th at 4 p.m. The Bills are going to have to do some massaging. Brandon did reveal to us yesterday that even with the cap increase, which, by the way, it's going up from $255 to about $280, give or take a couple million here or there. I know, give or take a couple million. It's $277 to $281 is where it's going to fall, somewhere in there. He said even with that, the Bills are currently over the cap. Now, obviously, they have some roster management and massaging to do. They're going to get under the cap, but that just goes to show you, they still have decisions to make before they can even sign guys back to their roster. And, even if they do, those guys, when their contracts kick in on March 12th at 4 p.m., that's even more money the Bills are going to have to make sure that they have room for by making other moves.
Sal Capaccio with us. Did he get into Vaughn, at least? Did I miss that? What the options might be for him this offseason?
So, interestingly enough, I would say both Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane were asked about Von Miller and whether or not, they think he'd be back in 2025. And neither answered that question directly.
Yeah.
But they both talked very glowingly about Von. Sean said that he felt that Von had a better year this year than he did last year. And Brandon Beane spoke very highly of what Von did with his contract last year. He said he took a pay cut that was even less than the guaranteed money he was supposed to get. And, he said that was really awesome and unselfish for him to do. Neither of them committed to what Von Miller's status will be with the Buffalo Bills in 2025.
I am going to continue to bang the drum. I think he should be back because, the two of them rave about him, whether it's McDermott, mental side, and mentally elite. Sal, you wonder, I know the business is the business. I heard being on with Chris and Steve on One Bills Live, and Brownie asked the question, can you go back to him and ask him to take less money again? You just did that. The relationships of it. You almost would wonder if Von redoing his deal and taking less last year would be another thing where, listen, he's in it for us, family guy, in the Bills family, all the things they say about James Cook and the things they say about Dawson Knox, about they bring more than just what they are. I think Von Miller fits that bill for them in terms of delivering more than just the player that he is, personally. And I think, I know he's the biggest name, he's the cut candidate, but I think the avenue for him to come back is a good one.
I don't disagree. There's a very good argument there, Jeremy. I think there's really good arguments on both sides. And the other side is he's counting $23 million on your cap. And you'd have to really do something with that number. You can't live with that. I think that's for sure. However, how do you do that? And if it is a restructure and pay cut, that's way easier. If it's not, you're going to have to move on. And then does it become a June 1st cut where you're going to save $17 million, but not until June 1st? But does that open money for later making a trade? The trade doesn't have to happen now if someone wants something like that. Now, that being said, the other side of it is he played 16 snaps in the AFC Championship game. And as great as they feel he is, Von Miller, and how much he helps, I think that's speaking volumes to me about in those games, in those situations, like how much he's on the field and how can you justify bringing him back at whatever high price, if that's the case, at that number. To me, I don't disagree that everything you said is right about him bringing back, but it's got to be like he'd have to, I think, really have to take a pretty large pay cut again.
In Indy, is there, because I'm assuming everyone else has arrived there after the Bills media, is there Kelsey whispers, Stafford? What are people talking about?
Kelsey's coming back, huh? That's the word.
Well, so I stood in on Andy Reid. I asked, by the way, I asked Andy Reid about the tush push, and I said, you were very successful against Buffalo, but what do you think about the play? And, he kind of didn't want to give he gave more of an indication that he's okay with the play.
No.
But he's like, it's a great play. It's a great play. It's really hard to stop. It was really interesting. Brett Veach talked and gave an indication, as you guys have said, that Travis Kelce will be back, whereas Andy Reid didn't really go as far as that. Nick Sirianni spoke yesterday, spoke very glowingly about his hometown of Jamestown, New York, Southwestern High School, shaping him, growing up. It was really cool. He was asked, I think, either by Andy Young or John Scott, one or the other, about that. So it was great, to hear from that. As far as Stafford, I have asked some people in media circles who cover those teams, and I think there was, you guys just talked about in the update.
Yeah.
I've also heard that Pittsburgh hasn't really been in on that. For Pittsburgh, it's trending more towards maybe Justin Fields or someone else and not Russell Wilson next year. There is still a thought out there about the Giants. Joe Shane, I was standing at his podium. He made a comment that I'm like, wow, that's crazy. He said the only quarterback on their roster right now is Tommy DeVito. Like, that's wow. Do you think about that, right? The Bills have 4 quarterbacks, including Josh Allen, on their roster.
I thought I saw Shane say something too that had Giants fans. I saw some Giants fans on social media like, "Oh, they're going after Stafford." I forgot what the quote was though, but Shane said something.
Yeah, I think that he just didn't rule out like how they want to go about doing this with a quarterback. And they did hire Chad Hall. Chad Hall is Matt Stafford's brother-in-law. Chad Hall is married to Matt Stafford's sister, and people are connecting the dots there that Stafford will go to New York. I'll give you another nugget, though, you guys can chew on a little bit here. I talked with some people last night, and there's a pretty good sentiment here that they think the kickoff touchback's going to move to the 35.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if it's going to happen, and I will say that nobody's sure for sure. But I know for a fact there was a 32-member special teams meeting last night. Every special teams coordinator was in a room last night in a meeting, and it was them all debating and arguing and talking. And there's a lot of heated opinions about this from these guys. And some of these guys are newer coordinators. Some of these guys are very long veteran coordinators. And they all have their opinions on this. And whether it's just the 35 or it's just how much they're changing the game and changing the rules and what they have to, go by, I'm just going to tell you that I think this is going to be on the table at the owners' meetings about moving the kickoff to the 35. The touchback, sorry.
Yeah. What's on the schedule for today, Sal?
Defensive linemen are going to start speaking at the podium. So I'll be down there. I'll be joining the guys in the Extra Point Show at 10 o'clock. We'll start to hear from them. Yesterday, you guys talked about Vinny Bond Sr. talking about Matt Stafford. Interestingly enough, I did a really nice interview yesterday with Vinny Bonsignor of the Las Vegas Review-Journal and Raider Nation Radio. And the guys are going to play that on the Extra Point Show today. You guys have it. And I asked him a lot about Max Crosby and that situation. So I think Bills fans will want to hear about that. And, what the chances are of if the Raiders would actually move, Max Crosby. Talked with him. I got a chance to sit down with Andrew Siciliano, who's now the play-by-play guy for the Cleveland Browns, obviously, as of last year. We talked about their situation at quarterback. So you'll hear all of that in Extra Point Show, plus some other people I'll catch up with today. And then you're going to start to hear from some of the defensive linemen who are showing up today and hitting the podium.
Very good. Sal Capaccio live from Indianapolis. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Complete coverage. Extra Point Show coming up 10 o'clock today. A lot of the things Sal's talking about there, we'll bring them to you. And defensive linemen going today. A lot of names to start to learn on who the Bills could be after.
Speaking of defensive linemen, did you see from Adam Schefter, there is a pass rusher that is now available for trade who has 31 sacks in the last 3 seasons.
Yes, I have seen this. Add him to the list.
Harold Landry.
Speaking of, by the way, trade opportunities, Jonathan Allen, defensive lineman, interior lineman from the Commanders. We're going to talk at 9 o'clock with the Commanders guest about how effective he still is, their pursuit of Myles Garrett. So adding names to the trade market. That's now Deebo Samuel, Cooper Kupp, Harold Landry, Jonathan Allen, and the guy that wants a trade, Myles Garrett, of course. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us if you'd like. We're wide open here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about that next pre-owned vehicle, think about Riverfront. And this month, right now, they will double your tax return. So you get a tax return, you bring it to Riverfront, and Marty Sr., Marty Jr., they will double that. So you bring $500 to Riverfront Auto Sales, they will give you an additional $500 towards the purchase of a vehicle. So your dollar goes farther. 886-1626, bring $1,000. Now you have $2,000 towards the purchase of your next vehicle from Riverfront Auto Sales. Whether it's on the lot, you can check it out at the website, check the inventory, sort by make, by model, or you can have Marty Sr., Marty Jr. track down a vehicle for you. 886-1626. Put them to work and put that tax return dollar to work as well. It's going to go farther at Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626. That's 886-1626 for Riverfront.
Khalil Shakir back on a 4-year deal with the Bills, $15 million per year, up to $60 million total. About $32 million is guaranteed. Shakir, the first big extension of the offseason for the Bills. Chiefs general manager Brett Veach implying that Travis Kelce will be back in 2025. Sounded more optimistic than his head coach did. Matthew Stafford been contacted and talked to by Tom Brady and the Raiders, but not by the Steelers, according to reports yesterday. Sabres win over the Ducks. They were down 2-0 going into the third. 3 unanswered goals gets the win. They have won 6 in a row at home, 6 of their last 7 total, and they'll be in action tomorrow again at Carolina, which, of course, we'll have here on WGR. Back to football for a moment. Jason Peters retiring from the NFL at 43 years old. He had been in Seattle the last 2 seasons, of course, beginning his career with the Bills in 2004, coming out of college as a tight end and a defensive lineman. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
I was talking to Les Snead a few years ago. I love talking to guys who've hit on positions. And what did you see with Cooper? What did you see with Puka Nacua?
Right.
And he said one of the things we loved about him is these guys are all grounded through the catch. You see it with guys that are confident in their hands and they run right through the ball. And you see guys who leave their feet and gather and catch and corral. And what it is not only is it a better way to catch the football, but you want to make things happen after the catch. You freaking catch that thing on the dead run. You're confident in your hands and your feet are in the ground as you're going through the ball.
Do you think Golden does that? Yeah, just Golden does that.
Golden
right.
and Ibuka, both those guys are excellent with that.
Too.
Daniel Jeremiah talking receivers there. Matthew Golden, Emeka Egbuka. Those are 2 guys that could be there at the end of the first round. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. During the break, my kids FaceTime me. We're on a path. And now at the end of the phone calls, they want to talk to Joe.
Yeah.
And the way that this is trending, within like 2 weeks, they're just going to call you.
Just call me directly.
Call you.
Give him my number.
I answer the phone like, "Where's Joe?" Like, hold on. So yeah,
we want to talk to somebody else.
You're right. Yeah. Here, talk to Owen. Talk to Josh.
Yeah.
Anyway, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Hump day. It's warm out again.
I was looking at the 2004 Bills, which is what Jason Peters came into the league on.
How often do you just dip into the 2004 Bills?
You know, not as often maybe as I should.
Okay.
This team won nine games. But didn't Aaron Schatz call them the best team that ever missed the playoffs?
Yes.
In NFL history?
One of them, yeah. Because Peters retired. He had, early in his career, a block, like before he became a starter, he had a touchdown catch from J.P. Lossman. Yeah.
He had a blocked field goal. He had a fumble recovery and a kickoff.
He had a blocked punt return for a touchdown in Cincinnati.
That too, right?
Where he blocked it and recovered it.
All that before he became
Hall of Fame left tackle.
Is he the best one that ever got away?
They didn't just let him get away. They sent him away.
But is he like...
They sent him away because of a different owner. New ownership, new landscape in the NFL. That doesn't happen.
But like, where does he rank on the all-time, the one that got away? He is one of the best left tackles ever. Am I is that recency bias or is that not correct?
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's one of the best left tackles ever.
He was also an undrafted free agent
tight end. Like he's it really is
there with Eichel. Here's why he's one of the all-time ones that got away.
Marshawn Lynch too for this.
You found him in the scrap heap, polished it up, turned it into the most beautiful thing you possibly could.
Yeah.
And then you're like, yeah, whatever. We're not going to pay you, dude. Get out of here. And then he goes on and has a Hall of Fame career. So.
And man, I know this is going to be like a lame exercise because of how much higher the cap is, let alone from a couple years ago, from 20 years ago. But what do we think the contract was they didn't want to give him?
Oh, boy. Well,
what do we think it was?
The reason they didn't want to give him a contract, it wasn't because they wouldn't pay. Well, I mean, this was that they stood on. They stood on, we don't negotiate contracts that are not in their final year. He was basically outperforming to a great degree, and they tried to hide on a stance of, we're not going to tear it up and do it again now.
Right.
So we have to trade you.
And he signed with the Eagles a 4-year, $51 million deal.
Yeah, which back then was monstrous, probably.
Oh, yeah. Back then, that was a crazy deal. And they acquired a first-round pick, which they used on
Eric Wood.
And a fourth-round pick that they used on Sean Nelson,
who fumbled in Baltimore.
That's the only thing he's...
No, he also scored a touchdown opening night in New England.
The only reason I remember that is because Bose, like the speaker company, used it in their commercial for 2 years.
Yeah.
That was like the play in their commercial. And do people finding out that Peters was like still in the NFL?
A little bit. Was he Seattle?
He was in Seattle the last 2 years at age 43. Crazy. Yeah, probably first ballot Hall of Famer, I would assume.
803-0550. What do you want to do here? What do we got? I've got a free agent idea of the day. Could do that.
Before we do that, so we mentioned before we went to break that Harold Landry is available for trade. Tennessee Titans, edge rusher, 28 years old, $17 million is what he's owed this year. And he's got 31.5 sacks the last 3 years. Like one of the most sacks in the league the last 3 years. You might think, okay, perfect, right? Another star defensive lineman that's available. Just looked at like his PFF page, like where he ranks at his position. Pass rush win rate on the year out of 119 qualifying edge rushers. Where did he rank in pass rush win rate? 114th.
That's bad. Yeah.
Where did his PFF pass rush grade rank out of 119? 114th. Would have been the worst on the Bills in both categories. So he did have 9 sacks, but like he had 15 pressures.
There's a lesson here, right? Should you want Myles Garrett? Yes. Why? Because if you're looking at defensive players that are on other teams, there are 2 buckets they fall into. Bucket number 1, you have permission to seek a trade. That's Jonathan Allen, Debo, Cooper Kupp, that's Harold Landry.
Stafford a little bit right now. Yeah.
These are these teams saying, to some degree, yeah, it's fine. You played here. We don't think you're worth this money. Harold Landry, sorry, we don't think you're worth $17 million. Jonathan Allen, sorry, we don't think you're worth $17 million. And then the other bucket is player wants a trade, and the team says, we're not trading you. It's a good indication. Right. Who's the good player? Who's the best? The one with the team is the GM, Andrew Berry, yesterday said, I'm not interested in talking about it's not relevant because we don't want to trade him. I don't want to imagine a world where we're trading Myles Garrett. So whatever. Landry, Jonathan Allen, like any of these ideas are going to come with it's. I think about when you're given the old permission to seek a trade, it's either because the relationship has soured so much, or it's because they think you're not that good anymore. The Bills did that with Beasley. Beasley was permission to seek a trade. Didn't find one, cut. I bet that's Jonathan Allen. I mean, of the Commanders. We'll talk with Craig Hoffman coming up at 9 o'clock in Washington. But what would you pay for a guy other than instead of just letting him get cut and trying signing him off the street? I got to give you an asset to take a big cap hit.
Right, those are the trades you see more often. That's like, whoa, that guy went for a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, he's going to go for a song.
How did a player that good go for a 5th-round pick, or as big a name like that go for a 5th-round pick?
And Jonathan Allen of the Commanders is 2 years removed from being a top 5 defensive tackle in the league. Last year, he played with a torn pec. I'm immediately flashing to, well, Daquan Jones did that, and we kind of gave him a pass because you're playing that position with a torn pec. It's got to be near impossible to do that. So he wasn't fully healthy last year. I don't know. Do I want to keep doing that, or do the Bills want to say enough is enough? Trade up to 17 and take a defensive tackle that they love. Let's stop playing this game. The Bills are doing this every year. Oh, who's this year's Poona Ford, Linval Joseph, Austin Johnson, Jordan Phillips Part 7, right? Everybody leaves and comes back. Do they want to finally get off the defensive tackle carousel and really commit to that position in a way that they haven't? They really have not done that in the draft as much as any other position. The position they've committed to the most in the draft, is it running back? It's a lot of running backs.
It's edge, and then maybe
it's edge and running back.
Maybe it's running back after that.
All right. Anyway, 803-0550. Worst Call Wednesday. When we get back, I've got a message for people in the NFL that are complaining about something. It's Worst Call Wednesday. And then Craig Hoffman on the Commanders' top of the hour. We'll check what's going on in the chat later today.
There's some silliness going on in the chat today.
The chat is having itself.
What is the chat doing
It's
today?
having itself a Wednesday. Yeah. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwell Eye Care. Today, they've got an event. That's right. Today, 11:30 this morning. It's a lunch and learn courtesy of Atwell Eye Care. And it's free lunch at their Harlem Road location, 3095 Harlem Road, to learn about cataract procedures. If you are someone that's driving home at night and you're having more trouble seeing than you have in the past, your vision might be suffering from cataracts, part of the natural aging process of your eyes. So get to Atwell Eye Care. Get information on what they can do, customizing a cataract procedure for you. It'll fit your lifestyle. It's your chance to get the answers that you need with Dr. Atwell today, 11:30 this morning at their Harlem Road location. Talk to Dr. Atwell. Get those questions answered. Find out what questions you should be asking, and again, how they can custom tailor a procedure for you. So stop procrastinating. Register at atwelleye.com. See the 716 more clearly. Take care of your eyes and go to Atwell Eye Care, the official eye care provider of the Buffalo Bills, the eye care I trust for my family. Register at atwelleye.com for today's Lunch and Learn, 11:30 at their Harlem Road location. It is time for Worst Call Wednesday. We could each kind of get one if you want here. I picked one. Worst call or take. Sometimes one of the worst calls. We don't take bad calls. We only have good calls. We have the best callers. Anyway, the worst call you can make is to skip your recommended cancer screenings. Learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines. Visit roswellpark.org/screening. So the worst call in sports today is a familiar refrain from some in the NFL world. Ryan Clark, it's not his alone, he'll deliver it here.
How soft do you have to be? Oh, we can't stop it. Our defensive tackles aren't tough enough. Our linebackers get hurt. Shut the hell up and bow your neck. Somebody get physical and stop the play. And as Mina says, though, it's like everything else in sports. If you don't have the personnel to do it, you actually don't do it. To go in there and be like, instead of actually coaching, let's run away from coaching and try to outlaw this play.
All right, enough.
And it's soft.
It's soft.
To be honest, like when you look.
This is like when you're watching the game and an announcer says, I don't know how these nerds make these fourth down decisions. It's like, buddy, the head coach made that decision. The coach did it. Mm-hmm. Sean McDermott wants it gone. Matt LaFleur wants it gone.
Raheem Morris
wants it gone. I think the Titans coach is on board, wants it gone.
Yeah.
The competition committee is out here for the betterment of the game. The Bills use it and can't be stopped, and the coach thinks it might be bad for the game.
Yeah.
Everybody loves to call people soft. Is Ryan Clark calling literally every defensive tackle in the sport soft? Every one of them? The league has endlessly made decisions to make offense easier at every single turn. No matter what you do as a defender, you can't touch the quarterback's head. You can't touch his knees. Mm-hmm. You can't swing. You can't haul him to the ground. Every other thing in the sport is against the defense. Are quarterbacks soft? Sure, probably. They still made the rules to protect him. I don't need the tush push gone. But if somebody wants to make the case they think it's not exactly good for the league, I think that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're soft. Should the entire NFL dedicate its every team in the NFC East should only draft defensive tackles to stop one play from the Eagles? That's what they should do to prove they're not soft, and then the Eagles would still hit it at what, 93%? Maybe it's not about being soft, buddy. Maybe it's about a play that exposes the fact that one side knows when the snap's going to go and gets a little bit of a head start, and can also push from behind.
Yeah.
And forward progress isn't really ever ruled on this play. They just let it go until a quarterback falls down. Anyway, stop calling people soft because they think the play is not good for the league. Is everybody soft because they outlawed Deacon Jones' head slap? Oh, look at these linemen. They're soft. If you don't want them to slap your head, just don't let them slap your head. All right. There you go. There's your worst call Wednesday. Calling people soft. I don't think it's likely it gets banned.
I think it's getting more support to be banned, though, than I thought it would. Right?
It is.
A lot of people, I mean, these are not the guys that are going to vote on it. The owners are going to vote on it, right? But the coaches and the GMs sound more against it than I thought they would. Like, you're seeing more support against it than I guess I thought that you would get.
I think it is an unattractive play for the game and removes a lot of drama. And the whole point is to have drama.
Yeah.
Every decision they make, the kickoffs, the point after touchdown, adding 2-point conversions.
And a lot of teams are just deciding not to do it because they don't want to put their quarterback in harm's way.
Or they feel like their quarterback can't do it. Here we have one that can do it.
All right.
And sometimes they don't give him the spot. Well, that happens. It's unfortunate. Anyway, there you go. There's Worst Call Wednesday. So the Jonathan Allen idea, he is seeking a trade out of Washington with 1 year left on a deal, kind of expensive. Interior defensive lineman, former first-round pick, has been great. We'll talk about Jonathan Allen and what he might have left with Craig Hoffman, who covers the Washington Commanders, on Allen, and also their likelihood of pursuing Myles Garrett in this little window they've now found in Washington with Jaden Daniels on that rookie deal. You can give us a ring as well, 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Roswell Park, and asking if you or a loved one are a current or former smoker. Are you concerned about your lung health? It's time you met Eddie, Roswell Park's mobile screening unit that's bringing life-saving lung screenings to communities across Western New York. You can meet with Roswell Park's lung screening team. You can tour Eddie wherever Eddie is around town. Go to roswellpark.org/EDDY and get a look at where Eddie is today through tomorrow, the American Legion Post in East Aurora. Click on March, go into Buffalo later in the month, Cass Park, Bergman Park in Jamestown. It's a mobile unit. It comes around the area. So go to roswellpark.org/EDDY, check where it's going to be, and make your appointment to tour the mobile screening unit and get your screening with Roswell Park. Learn more or schedule a screening today at roswellpark.org/EDDY. That's EDDY.
The Bills' first extension of the offseason goes to Khalil Shakir. 4-year deal, about $15 million per year. Only $32 million of that is guaranteed, so worth up to $60 over 4 years. Puts him, for now, as the 23rd highest paid receiver in football, but he'll likely be lower before the offseason is over. There are some reports about Matthew Stafford again yesterday, as that seems to be the big story at the Combine from around the league. Stafford has been contacted by the Raiders, and specifically Tom Brady, according to Vinny Bonsignor of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. The Steelers, though, reportedly have not reached out to Stafford's camp about a potential trade and contract. Jason Peters retiring from the NFL, longtime All-Pro left tackle, soon-to-be Hall of Famer. Most of those years with the Eagles, the last 2 years in Seattle, and of course began his career with the Bills all the way back in 2004. Sabres win last night, 3-2 over the Ducks. They've now won 6 straight home games. They were down 2-0 going into the third, 3 unanswered goals, and the Sabres get the win. Next up tomorrow in Carolina. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
With John, he's another person who's been a great commander, a great person for this franchise, and he's going in the last year of his deal, and just talked about it and said wanted to be able to explore opportunities, and so we let them do that, and we're staying in contact with them, every day. Just texted with them this morning, and really everything's still on the table in terms of whether it's a trade or staying here, or we're still going through that. It's kind of early in the stages. We haven't done a lot of exploring yet, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
That is Adam Peters on Jonathan Allen, defensive lineman, interior defensive lineman, who could be available via trade or also could just be cut loose. We are getting to players asking for trades season rather than be cut, and Jonathan Allen is on the list.
And we'll talk more about him now with Craig Hoffman, 4 to 7 weekdays on the Team 980 covering the Commanders. Craig, Joe, and Jeremy, thanks for coming on again.
You got it. How are you guys doing?
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. How good an idea is Allen at this stage in his career? 1 year left on his deal for a team that would be acquiring him.
John's an interesting guy in that he is definitely a good player, but he's fairly unique in terms of the fits that I would like if I was searching for him, right? So if you want him to be a big block-eating defensive tackle who allows your linebackers to flow freely, he's not your guy. And that's why I think he is no longer, the main reason he is no longer desired here is he's a guy that is a penetrator, is a little undersized. He has some pretty good pass rush shoots, not as good as he did when he was younger, but still has some of that. And that's a useful player. Interior defensive line disruption is something that a lot of teams are obviously looking for, but you have to be able to do it within a scheme. I think at times he plays out of scheme. He's not for as disciplined as he is on his nutrition and all the professional stuff. I don't know how disciplined he always is on the field. He'll go try to make the play himself, and that just didn't really fit with, hey man, just do what you're supposed to do, and Bobby Wagner will make the tackle. He's really good at it. And so that I think on the football end of it is kind of why they're divorcing here. But if you are looking for a playmaking defensive tackle with a little bit of gas left in the tank, and you can get him at a cheaper rate than obviously Washington wants to pay him, and for a team acquiring him via trade, you don't have to worry about the signing bonus proration. So that number's $15 million, where Washington would be paying him. His cap number is 22 in DC this year. He's worth poking around at.
How much was the scheme change a thing that changed it? Because going back a couple of years, I feel like I can remember him being not quite a household name, but among defensive tackles, thought of as one of the premier guys in the league.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how their defensive line has evolved, and not to get too Washington-centric for your Bills audience, who's just hey, should we sign him or not? I think that the way they had built it initially when he was here, he was a featured guy, and they then drafted Deron Payne next to him, and those two guys were kind of the guys, and they drafted Montez Sweat outside, and Montez was a good complementary piece, and then they draft Chase Young, and they go 4 straight years on the defensive line in the first round, and now you have all these guys that all want to make the plays, and it's just too many. I don't want to say stars, because I don't know that any of them actually rise to star player, but too many stars and not enough role players, not enough guys that were willing to just say like, hey, I'll eat this block. I'll play off of you. They didn't communicate well up front. So there was some of that had already started to happen previously. And then it was more accentuated, I think, this year when, John and Duran are the last two guys left. And then he gets hurt early in the year. And that was a pec injury that we thought was going to be the end of him in DC. And he actually came back and played decently well in the final couple of games. But you saw when he went out, the defense got better. And who knows, like, could they have made some adjustments with him in? So it's not saying like it got better because he went out, but some of the issues they were having where he would try to backdoor a play or whatever, and all of a sudden you have this huge gap on the front side and everyone's yelling at the safety, like, why didn't you make the tackle? And it's like, well, Jeremy Chin is a very good tackling safety, but he's not going to make a play in an 8-yard wide gap because he's not a superhuman. And like, if John Allen had just done his job, that gap is what it's supposed to be, and Chin will make that play every time. And so I think some of it was schematic and what they were asking him to do. I think some of it is he has distinct ideas, and this gets into another, I think, important part, and why plays like Buffalo's intriguing, right? Buffalo's got a strong locker room, the way they do things, whatever, that's already established. Here, he has been a captain and a leader and all that stuff for a long time, and when things change around you and you still kind of think that you should be in charge, like, there can be friction there. And I think there was some of that this year in D.C. So I think that was part of it, too, is like he has distinct ideas of how he wants to play, and felt like he had enough leverage to try to implement those. And I don't know that the coaching staff always agreed with that assessment.
Craig Hoffman with us on the West Her Hotline. I don't know that he was ever like the biggest, maybe not as big a name as he deserved to be. When he was at his best, like how good was he? Like, and that's probably 3 years ago-ish that he was really playing at his peak.
Yeah. Somewhere between 2 and 4 years ago, there's multiple peaks in there, multiple game stretches where he was really good. I mean, he was a Pro Bowl player, like, no doubt about it. Not an All-Pro. So that line obviously is distinctive, where it's like he's not one of the best 3 guys at the position, but is he one of the best 8? Yeah, at his best, he was, and that's obviously a really good player. In terms of now, like, I'd be stunned if he made a Pro Bowl. I guess if he's on the team like the Bills, who's one of the best teams in the league, and he goes out and has a good sack season. And that's the other thing too, right? Is like there's underlying data, and this is actually a more interesting conversation on Daron Payne, but I'll use Payne real quick as an illustrator. Like, Daron Payne has basically been a very consistent player throughout his entire career. His pressure rate is the exact same for basically every year, within like 0.5%. The 1 year he was in a contract year, for whatever reason, that pressure rate paid off in 11 sacks. He got paid. And like, Allen, I think, has been one of those guys too, where like he's pretty consistent. The production can go up and down based off other circumstances, but he's not one of these guys that just figures out how to produce it, the way that, obviously everyone's talking about Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, pressure rate's consistent, so is the sack rate. Allen's one of these guys that's a tier down at his peak and probably 2 tiers down now, where circumstance is going to affect production in a much larger way.
Craig Hoffman joining us in the Worcester Hotline on the Commanders. On Myles Garrett, these two teams, Bills and Commanders, not linked by much, but, championship game losses and also potential Garrett pursuit. Do you think Washington would seriously go in on this? Would you view it as hitting fast forward a bit? I mean, you're entering Jaden Daniels, the year he just had, and the expectations in Washington, I'd imagine, have shifted greatly. So is it a very quick, yes, let's go get it?
Yeah, I mean, for me it is. And I laughed at some of our fan base who is like, oh, you have to take it slow. I'm like, you were in the NFC Championship game. The only team to beat the Eagles after Week 5 was you. What are you waiting for? And not to say that this team is like perfectly built. I mean, the Bills have, for instance, a much better roster, top to bottom, than Washington does. And right now, Washington barely has a roster because they have 28 free agents, which I believe is second most behind Kansas City in the entire league. So they have a ton of guys they have to re-sign to even get back to the baseline of what last year was. But I think unlike a team like the Texans, the Texans' offensive structure, which ultimately ended with Bobby Slowick getting fired and their O-line coach getting fired, like, I'm not worried about that stuff with Washington in terms of a year 2 regression for Jaden Daniels in the way that C.J. Stroud, quote-unquote, had one. And C.J. definitely wasn't as good in year 2 as he was in year 1, but his circumstances were god-awful. And 2, I think that the way that this front office works, like they're very, very in line with their coaching staff. They know exactly what they want. And I think that they played better football. And I think that's the last part with the Texans comparisons. Like the Texans won a crap division and then, won one playoff game. The Commanders were undefeated through the final, I think it was 7-game win streak at the end of the year. And then from like mid-November on. And then the only team that beat them was the eventual Super Bowl champions. And Washington, the final score was pretty lopsided. But I think Washington actually played Philly closer in the playoffs than Kansas City, for instance, did in the Super Bowl. And so at that point, you have to look at yourselves and be like, okay, well, we know where we thought we might be, but like, what truly are we? And I think the answer is pretty good. But what's the difference between us and a great team? What's the difference between us and Philadelphia, us and Buffalo, us and Baltimore? And I think it's great players. And so if you feel confident that you can go find a bunch of more 7 out of 10 type of guys in free agency, and you can find those guys in the draft in the way that you did last year, what are you missing? The great ones. Go get Myles Garrett. Go get a great one. To me, it's so plainly obvious. Not that I'd do 3 first-round picks for it, but if you're telling me you're picking 29 this year and 30 next year, fine.
Right.
Give up what's essentially 2 second-round picks for Myles Garrett. You can make that up in other places in the draft. You can trade down and accumulate more picks. Like there's other things that you can do to make that worthwhile.
Are you applying that same logic to a receiver potentially for Washington? Although because I went into the offseason thinking about them for like T. Higgins or if Metcalf would have shook loose, but I just maybe wonder if there's going to be a name that's worth all of that.
Yeah, I don't know at receiver, in part because they already have Terry, right? So they already have someone who is A+ in the room in terms of his talent. And, I mean, at Terry, we've always kind of been like, hey, we're pretty sure he's really good, but, man, his quarterbacks stink. And he has 1,000 yards every year anyway. And then this year he's with Jaden. He sets the franchise touchdown record in the first year together. So they've got Terry. They need to actually extend him. So there'll be a little bit of money going in that receiver room anyway. Now, because Jaden's on his rookie deal, like they've got money to play with. They've got a top 5 probably quarterback, top 8 quarterback on the 30th best deal in the league or the 30th the most expensive deal in the league or whatever it is. So that's nice. But at the same time, like getting more help, I think is there. But I think for the receiver room, it's more of like, can you get the right guys to complement and fill in the offense? Now, I think the other one to watch in terms of receiver/weapon is like what happens in the tight end market. One, what happens with Zach Ertz for them here. He was great. He wants to be here, but he's going to cost more than he did last offseason because he's not coming off of Detroit's practice squad in the playoffs and being cut by Arizona or asking for his release in Arizona. He's coming off a Pro Bowl level season. But then like in the draft, they used a second rounder on a kid named Ben Sinnott last year out of K-State, and he didn't really play that well. So, and the type of receiver and type of tight end that he is, like, it's not the same as Ertz. And the Ertz piece proved really important. So whether it's Ertz himself or do they go, another, if like Loveland falls in the draft, a kid out of Michigan somehow to 29, like that's one where I don't know if you run the card up depending on what else is going on your board, but like he'd be one of the guys you're considering, I would think. So another long story short, like I do think the Commanders will be in the mix for some of these receivers. I look at a guy like Darius Slayton down the free agent list, like he seems like a very logical fit here to add some vertical speed. But there's other ways that I think they're going to add pop to this offense, and tight end and running back in the draft, I think, is another one that's fairly obvious. And that should be obvious for everyone this year, considering how many running backs are in this class.
We're always talking Bills and always talking receiver and often talking ideas and maybe bargain basement ideas. Is Diami Brown worth considering?
He is definitely worth considering. I don't know that he's going to be a bargain basement.
Okay.
That's kind of the issue here in Washington is like, with the playoffs that he had, he was a 4-4-5 guy. He showed he could like catch screens and do real damage with them. Like he showed a level of explosiveness, and especially like once he got into the wide receiver 2 role this year, which was I want to say like week 9, week 10, maybe a little bit later. Noah Brown, who they had brought in from Houston after he got cut in the preseason, which is hilarious in hindsight. Not hilarious, but it's funny in hindsight, certainly, with how many receiver issues Houston had this year that Noah Brown, they cut. And he wound up being wide receiver 2 in Washington for much of the year until he got hurt. once Diami took that role over, he continually got better and better in it. He just continued to grow, get better, refine his professionalism. I think he'd always been a guy that worked hard, but like now he had good guidance from the coaching staff and guys like Ertz who were an example of like what to actually apply that work ethic towards. And he just blossomed. And obviously in the playoffs, he was incredible. So I'm like terrified that, I heard in the sports update you guys just had, like Shakir gets 15 a year. Diami Brown shouldn't get as much as Khalil Shakir, but I think that's a hell of an extension that the Bills signed Shakir to. And like, I'm nervous that he's going to be in that. Darnell Mooney got $13 million last year. Would you pay Diami Brown what Darnell Mooney got? And I think someone will.
Craig, does he play all over the place on the outside? Does he run down the field? You mentioned good speed. I mean, the Bills, Shakir is almost primarily slot, and this Bills team has been seeking more help on the outside. Is Brown a guy that plays on the boundary?
Yeah, he is. He's an outside guy. He can play inside some, but he's more of a vertical route runner. But he's really good at those like comebacks. He plays bigger than his size, so he's not huge. He's probably about 6 foot, but he plays like he's 6'2", 6'3" in terms of being able to be a reliable target on comebacks, hitches. Obviously, that goes down the field. His ball tracking is pretty good. As I said, he's a really good screen runner. That was something that Washington kind of figured out with him this year. This administration was like, oh, you seem to, when you have the ball in your hands, run really physically. We should just put the ball in your hands. And he was great for them and what was a big part of their offense. And I'd say the other thing that is a great fit for Buffalo and is also a big deal for him here is he's a tremendous blocker. He was known as like the speedster go route guy coming out. And his first 3 years in Washington, the best thing he did by far was block. And so for the Bills who want to be a run-first football team and have that physical identity, like I do think he's a really, really good fit.
All right. Thanks, Craig.
You got it. Always good to be with you guys.
Yeah, perfect. We're going to roll right into the free agent idea of the day. Craig Hoffman covering the Commanders there. Because I had Diami Brown on a short list of guys to do. He was on a short list, and let me tell you how I found my way to bringing him up. So he's a former third-round pick. Did he go to North Carolina? Where's he from?
That sounds right, yeah.
Yes, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Free agent idea of the day, Diami Brown. So, the scouting report he just gave on him, doesn't that sound like a guy that is exactly what the Bills want?
Sounds exactly.
4.4 speed, plays on the outside, good in the screen game, hell of a blocker.
Is when I went, oh, yep.
And if you saw him in the playoffs, that's explosiveness, that's downfield stuff. He had a wide receiver 2 role. Maybe he comes a little bit expensive. I don't know. He doesn't have a huge resume. But, Joe, I was looking yesterday at Khalil Shakir's numbers because Shakir is getting a lot of credit as the yak king, which he deserves. He gets a lot of yak yards. There is, however, some Bills fans don't like me to point this out, a lot of that is built in for him. The throws he gets are short. He gets behind the line. He gets screens. He should have a lot of yak yards, whereas a guy like, Pick. The other guys that have good yak numbers, Ian Hartitz put out a chart. It was like,
does Brian Thomas Jr. up there?
He was not on this chart. It was CeeDee Lamb,
yeah,
Jamar Chase, Garrett Wilson, Puka Nacua.
Okay, so like the best receivers of the sport.
Right, but those guys are all what? Boundary guys going down the field.
Yep.
Shakir is much more of a slot guy, finding space and getting yak. So Shakir he's good. I think a lot of what he does is a function of the offense. The offense is kind of built around him. Anyway. So I was looking up yards after catch per reception, NFL leaders in this department, who does what, average depth of target. And what I came to was I found Shakir's yards before contact, before whatever.
Yards after contact or yards after reception?
I've got to pull up exactly what I was looking at. The point is, it was average yards before catch. That's what it was. Yards before catch. Where Shakir was at 2.9 yards before catch.
Right.
Right below him was Curtis Samuel. Oh, 2 guys in the same offense running the same type of stuff. Right below him, Diami Brown. The 3 of them grouped together in where they caught the ball. And the Bills like to be versatile, multiple. Can you find a free agent receiver who you can get on value and try and get a glow up? Hey, he showed a little bit there in Washington. Turns out we really liked this guy back in 2021, but would they take a running back instead or something where he's off the board? He's got the speed. He blocks. I'm just saying, that's not a terrible name to me. It's not a big move.
It's not. I mean,
But if you tell me they did a Darnell Mooney move, I like the Darnell Mooney move. Get a guy that's shown a little bit and put him in your offense where he can do more. I'm just saying, I think you could do worse than that idea.
I guess their skill sets are comparable. Mooney, though, like one big difference between Diami Brown and Mooney is just we've seen, even before he signed in Atlanta, you saw him have some production. Like some. Mooney had a 1,000-yard season in Chicago.
Right. Brown's done very little, which is why it sounded like Craig Hoffman there was kind of surprised that Shakir got 15, and that's a big number for him.
Brown, I mentioned Mooney had a 1,000-yard season in Chicago. Brown has 784 yards in 4 seasons combined.
I know.
Like, there has not been much there.
That's kind of
you watch him.
That's what I like about it, right? Like, shouldn't this be cheap?
I just don't know how much appetite I'm going to have for the Bills' idea at receiver this year to be a guy that is on. I mean, Craig says it. Like, he had a great playoff, right? He was great in the playoffs. His playoff numbers, by the way, against Tampa, 5 for 5, 89 yards and a touchdown. Mm-hmm. Against Detroit, 6 for 8, 6 receptions on 8 targets, 98 yards. And then against Philadelphia, he had 3 catches for 42 yards. So, I mean, he has many yards in the playoffs. He had 229 yards in the playoffs. That would have been his regular season high before this season.
Right.
So, okay, maybe a team sees what he did in the postseason and says, let's do that in the regular season now. The Bills' idea of like their receiver idea of the summer, though, being guy that has 700 yards in 4 seasons. Like, I'm going to want to get to rolling my eyes at that again. This is up. Tell me how good Deontay Hardy is again.
Okay, ready? Hold on.
Tell me how versatile Trent Sherfield was.
Pretend his name is Mac Hollins.
Mac Hollins caught 300 yards.
I know what I'm saying, and everybody wants him back. Pretend Diami Brown's name is Mac Hollins. Isn't that a better idea?
Oh, I see. Yes.
So, quickly on Shakir.
If you put those two against, I love Mac Hollins too. He's a super fun guy. It was a great experience, him being here for 1 year. I would take Diami Brown over Mac Hollins right now.
Yards before catch per reception. Okay? This was the stat I was looking at.
Okay.
I'll let you know when I get the first receiver on the board because it's all running backs because they catch the ball behind the line of scrimmage, right? First receiver on the board, Marvin Mims. Funny enough.
Speed.
They throw him screens quite a bit. They finally unlocked him down the field, right?
Yep.
After that, Greg Dortch, Shakir, Diami Brown, Curtis Samuel, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Troy Franklin, Wan'Dale Robinson, Malik Washington, DJ Moore is the first, boundary receiver that you see get this number.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could include Diami Brown there, too, because he plays on the outside. Worthy, 3.9. Shakir's targets come where running backs and tight ends get the ball. That leads to a lot of his yak. He's good at it. If Joe Brady leaves, things might change quite a bit. They built a full-on yak offense, and now they need a little more YBC, yards before catch. All right, there's your free agent idea of the day, Diami Brown, courtesy of Craig Hoffman, who, again, that scouting report to me sounds like, that checks some boxes for a budget idea, which might not be that budgeted. Okay.
Like, he doesn't even have a Spot Track market value page.
That's right.
He doesn't even have one.
All right.
You can't, hit market value on it.
Nothing's...
Oh, wait, sorry. Yes, you can.
And?
Here you go. 1 year, $1.9 million.
That's Mac Hollins.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. It's still the receiver train, guys. Even if we're dipping deep into the Diami Browns of the world. I probably tweeted about him in 2021 that I would have taken him.
Remember, it's a bullet train now. It's all about speed.
All
about speed.
The Bills' pursuit of a wide receiver with speed is kind of like how LaDainian Tomlinson played and went to the Hall of Fame through the entire drought. Like, we're back on receivers that they already passed on once in a draft.
Right.
Hey, you should get a wide receiver. Oh, I didn't get that guy.
We're getting lapped now on the track.
Well, he's up for a second contract. How about now?
Right.
All right. 803-0550. 2021. That's not when they take Gabe. They take Gabe in 2020.
Gabe is 2020. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. 2021. in that draft, they took Spencer Brown in the third round. That looked pretty good. They took Boogie Basham in the second. Not so good.
They didn't take a receiver that year?
They took, no,
was that the Ray McLeod year?
That is the Marquez Stevenson year.
Oh, where's that guy? What happened to him? He was fast, right?
He was.
Just go.
He's
playing
for the San Antonio Brahmas.
I remember being told when, like, hey, go for speed, go for guys. They Marquez Stevenson over here. He's got 6th-round picks being my filler for. This is their speed guys.
Isn't
this guy who is on the practice squad? He's fast. KJ Hamler, baby.
I hear KJ Hamler's name again. Yeah, right.
Andy Isabella.
It's funny that the Bills, Brandon Beane yesterday said you can't just have track stars, and he goes out and signs track stars that are like 7th-round picks to fill out the bottom half of the receiver corps.
Right.
Anyway, all right, it's fine. Everything's fine. Diami Brown or we riot. No, it's other ideas, I'm sure. 803-0550 on WGR. Up next, we'll check what's going on in the chat because it's worth checking in on. Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show. Sometimes you just wake up in the morning, you want to log into a YouTube chat of a radio show and start throwing bombs at Owen Power.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out like they're after something. All right, let's check out what's going on in the chat. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I will say one thing about the YouTube stream, the Twitch stream, the chat in general. It makes me, I'm going to be careful how I say this, feel more alive. Because you have to understand something. Joe, you would know this. You guys would know this. When you do the show, we take calls and people call in. And sometimes there's people on hold and sometimes there are not people on hold. And, you get to the time of year where people listen more than they call. People are listening. But you don't see it in action.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
They might tweet you. They might. But on the chat, you see, like, there are people listening and commenting on every word we say. You say a name wrong, and the chat is like, actually, sir.
They're on it.
Actually, this is how that name's pronounced.
Actually, they're called short pants.
Right. Lots going on. In the chat today, Josh Allen was traded for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. What?
In the chat today, some good old-fashioned chatter about the Bills, of course.
Of course, the usual yelling about Owen Power being terrible.
Owen Power's back.
Being soft.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a daily, though, I think. The trading Allen thing just out of nowhere. How often are people talking like that out there? It happens, right?
Trade Allen?
Every day. Somebody somewhere in a sports bar is like, hey, trading for Jaden Daniels. Why not?
Last offseason, didn't somebody say the Bills should trade Josh for Caleb Williams?
Ooh, did they?
It might have been Carton. That show is. That show tries to get things as wrong as possible to go viral.
The
Chicago guy? Okay. Yeah. All right. Who says no? It was like Allen and a first for Caleb Williams. Like, yeah.
We should try to find the worst Josh Allen trade proposals from anywhere over the years. Wasn't there a Giants one, too, from last year that was pretty bad?
Probably.
Someone had a Giants Josh Allen trade, I think. I don't remember exactly what it was.
What else is going on in the chat?
There's a lot of.
Did you see anything else today?
Let's see.
The usual.
Yeah.
The chat wants to. It's like AI. We got to talk about it like it knows itself now. The chat wants to be referred to as the bullpen.
The bullpen?
Yes, the bullpen.
I was just about to say, they're coming at you right now. That hey, the chat has a name.
The bullpen.
Yeah. I am.
But until people know the name the bullpen, we're going to have to call it the chat.
Right. If we just start calling it the bullpen, it'd probably catch on. Might have to explain it the first few times, like the bullpen, our YouTube chat. Yeah, we could do it, I think.
Yeah, Bulldog calls it the bullpen, I guess. Okay, we can call it the bullpen.
All right.
The chat has become sentient.
I'm trying to figure out the origins of why they're talking about Kenny G and saxophones.
Because I told them we were going to give them a theme song in the chat. We've decided what it is. It's bullpen themed. We didn't have it right there. Do you have it yet?
What does that mean?
Well,
bullpen themed.
Josh had an idea that when we do what's going on in the chat,
like you mean like a relief pitcher coming out of the bullpen
it won't
that
be,
isn't Tommy Trumpets.
It won't be Tommy Trumpets or whatever that guy was. It won't be Enter Sandman.
Yeah.
But Josh had a good idea
for a good bullpen song
for the song for what's going on in the chat.
Okay.
This could be their theme song. Think bullpen, famous entries from a bullpen. When I tell you how Josh referred to this, some of you out there that are old like me will roll over in your grave that's not dug yet. We ready with the song? He referred to it as, that movie where Charlie Sheen comes out of the bullpen. And the song they play is Wild Thing, but it's the cool version of Wild Thing. I shouldn't say the cool version. The original version's great too. But yeah, they come out to Wild Thing, where the whole stadium's singing.
Yeah.
Is this where you tell me you've never seen Major League?
I've seen Major League. Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on in the chat? And the whole crowd singing Wild Thing.
Okay, good. This is better than Enter Sandman or Tommy Trumpets for this. Timmy Trumpets. Perfect.
This is so good.
All right, I'm in.
All right, let's go to the bullpen. They want to trade Josh Allen.
Yeah.
They want to trade Owen Power. They want to... Yeah. So we got to get that music bed. Whatever. Wild thing. Welcome to the show, chat.
Bullpen. No, we got to start calling
Sorry,
bullpen
bullpen.
every time now.
Bullpen.
Get a fine jar every time we call it the chat.
A swear jar. And when I get to $20, I have to buy the bullpen a pizza.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
here we go. Cook and Kincaid for Garrett. There's a from the bullpen.
Are you ready tomorrow for me to ask if we should be talking about trading Dalton Kincaid?
I thought you were going to bring it up while we had Craig on because he was talking about them needing a tight end, and that was the first thing I thought of. You're over there like, oh, let me send Kincaid to the Commanders.
I kind of said it in passing at some point today and thought, should we talk about that? Should it be on the table? Why wouldn't it be on the table?
Let's put it this way. If they traded him tomorrow, would anybody think any differently about their offense? Be any more worried about their offense?
I would not be worried about it at all.
Would you think they're even really losing anything from their offense?
I don't know. Man,
they're losing a player who's maybe good.
He's probably good.
But what are they losing from their offense if he's not on the team tomorrow?
Well, they would need another receiver, and you know me, I always want to find a way to get a receiver. So,
well, they already need that, though.
I know.
He doesn't subtract for that, right? I'm still good in the middle of the field. I'm still good with Shakir, getting the short stuff.
It's just, look at the assets they've spent to the middle of the field.
Still got a tight end.
And
Knox.
It's Knox, it's Knox, Kincaid, Shakir. If they pay Cook, like the middle short yak passing game has so much invested in it, and the outside is a dead zone. And and Kincaid's not going to ever give me that out there, even though they like to put Kincaid on the outside, and they love to throw deep to tight ends ineffectively.
I was going to say, for
an offense, it was really good. The offense was great. I'm sorry.
This is where there's almost confusion on, like, what is Dalton Kincaid? Because this year, I had this earlier. Yeah, his average depth of target among tight ends, like, he was 10th highest in the league. It was not. I'm looking at, he was at 8 yards a dot. Travis Kelce, 6.5. Dallas Goedert, 6.5. Trey McBride, 6. Brock Bowers, 6. Guys are even lower than that. Like,
where's Kincaid?
Kincaid was at 8.0. Like, he was higher than a lot of these guys on the year. They were trying to get him
the ball
down the field. By the way, Knox was number 3 in the league for a dot at tight end. So, like, what role is he serving for me? Is he the short stuff? Is he the guy I'm trying to stretch the middle of the field with? Is he the yak guy I'm throwing screens to? What is he doing?
The thing he's not been that was sold is matchup nightmare. He is not that. And I was always reluctant to believe that he would be, because a lot of teams have their version of this. So it's not like it's unique. You're not going to go out there and surprise anybody. If you play half the teams in the league, you see a tight end that's primarily a pass-catching tight end.
Here you go. He led all tight ends in the NFL this year in targets of 20-plus air yards.
Kincaid.
Yeah. Deep targets at tight end this year. He was number 1 in football.
Can I
tied with Brock Bowers. But Bowers had twice the amount of targets. So
I want to read between the lines on that. One more time. Give me that stat. He led the league
in targets on throws that traveled at least 20 yards.
Okay. Do you know what the between the lines thing is there? That is the thing that we're not supposed to say about the Bills' offense, which is everybody eats dink and dunk and yak, is that Josh Allen wants to throw the ball down the field.
Yes, he does.
Josh Allen wants to throw the ball down the field.
Yes, he does.
And in the AFC Championship game on the final drive, they're throwing screens all day. Josh Allen wants to wing it. Give him somebody to throw it to. He threw down the field to running backs this year. Ty Johnson and Ray Davis for big. This guy just wants to throw it.
Just wants to chuck it.
He just wants to chuck it, guys. You've successfully reined him in and made him the best version of himself, but he still wants to let the dog out of the cage every once in a while.
Yeah.
Dalton Kincaid led tight ends in 20-plus yard targets.
Do you know what the number is, by the way, on that?
Like 10?
12.
Okay.
He only caught 3 of them. He caught 3 of them. Like, it was not not effective.
And Allen missed him on a bunch. There's no doubt about that. Allen missed those, and that might be part of this.
It's a confusing player, confusing fit, and a confusing position for what they currently have. So, like, to me, sure, you want to... Trading him would only be weird in the sense that they just picked him, right? Year 2, like, giving up on a guy that you're not even sure is, like, not a good player after year 2 is usually what it would be weird about it. But, I feel probably better, more clear. I have more clarity about their offense, I feel like, if they were to trade him tomorrow.
But again, Kincaid and Knox and Shakir all existing in the same offense means teams will dare you to throw it to the outside.
Yeah.
And they don't have anybody on the outside that threatens anybody right now. So we'll see. Here's a good comment brought up in the chat right now. This segment has been What's Going On in the Chat, a.k.a. the bullpen. The question was, if Kincaid had done what they expected him to do through 2 years, would Shakir have gotten this deal? Good question. The other part of it is, if they knew what they had in Shakir, would they have drafted Kincaid? Also a good question. Anyway, I don't think Kincaid's a bad player, but the fit has always been a little odd. And here we are. We've got all of the Bills' assets into non-boundary receivers, and teams are just going to do it again. Single up Keon Coleman. You're going to throw him go balls all day? He led the league in percentage of targets that were go balls.
Yeah.
And Amari Cooper's not under contract. Right now it's Coleman and Mac Hollins and
Samuel.
The offense was great. I know the offense was great. Got to keep saying that, but it's worrisome on some level. Should it be? Whatever. Go get a million defensive tackles and defensive ends. All right, 803-0550. We'll wrap up the show. Hand off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. If you missed it, Sal's got a lot coming your way from the podium in Indianapolis. A couple of interviews he's done as well. So we'll take you inside. Coverage of the Combine continuing throughout the morning. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. What haven't I gotten to? Hey, did you know that the Philippine Basketball Association has introduced a 4-point shot?
I did see that. I also learned, I don't think this is new, that the Philippine Basketball League has a height limit. You're not allowed to be taller than 6'6".
Wow.
That's got to prevent, I guess it's to prevent guys like Dwight Howard coming over, like import players, all-American players coming over and just dominating.
I'm looking at the 4-point line. I mean, listen, good idea, bad idea. Let's get stupid, however you want to say it. Steph Curry should spend his senior seasons playing in the Philippine League, hitting 4-pointers all day.
Yeah.
They got a 4-point shot. It does not go to the corners, by the way. So
it's only the front?
It's
like straight across?
It kind of goes across to the elbow. It's not straight across.
Okay.
It's just an extended 3-point arc, but it does not go into the corners. So you're not going to hit one from the baseline.
Okay.
So defending a 4-point shot would be a little easier because of that, I would think, because there's less ground to actually defend.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's a guy hitting a go-ahead 4-pointer.
A go-ahead 4-pointer.
Yeah. I'm looking for some of the names in this league. If there's any college stars we used to know. Justin Brownlee. Anyway, 4-point shot. Also, stuff to get to. The NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman. One thing to prepare for the draft. We're not there yet because the Sabres are in Operation Win 10 straight to get back in the playoff picture. At the NHL draft this year, Gary Bettman's announcing all the picks. Remember they went away from each team going up and thanking all their fans? It'll just be Bettman saying, from Saskatoon. And he was joking about it. I saw Bettman saying, hopefully the names aren't that hard to pronounce. Well, good luck, man.
You're the hockey GM,
you get some tough ones.
Yeah.
You get some tough ones. Also, Bettman was on 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. I saw Andrew Filipponi tweeting this, saying Pittsburgh could host some games when the World Cup of Hockey returns in 2028, in which case we should, of course, ask, can we? Why can't we host some games?
Is it because they think Canada's going to come down and steal it all?
Isn't that a good thing? I mean, tickets are tickets.
I wonder what their reputation is right now for something like that. Because didn't it not go well the last time the World Juniors were here?
I mean, they sold an outdoor stadium.
They did.
And the rest of the tournament...
the rest of the tournament was pretty empty.
And they played at Niagara?
I went to a... Yeah. No, that was 2 times ago.
Okay.
I don't know. I remember attendance not being great.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love it. I mean, Canada would probably take it over, right? That would help your attendance thing when Canada
probably.
Plays.
All right. That's it for us. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up, and we are back tomorrow. Sabres and Canes tomorrow. Combine rolls on. Starting to hear defensive linemen and linebackers saying they've met with the Bills. Last year, every receiver had met with the Bills. This year, it's going to be every defensive lineman has met with the Bills. So we'll have more for you from the Combine coming up next hour with Sal jumping in, providing some stuff for the guys as well on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show next.